that we need. And, well, we can use the 7 flyers and get more. We probably got some, that we're not enough. You can do something, that'd be great. I talked to
As the mayor of the Junior City Commission, I call our April 8th meeting to order, beginning with a prayer by Commissioner Todd.
Please bow your heads and join me in a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, as we sit here and talk about our school today, please make sure nobody has harm as when we are done with this meeting. Amen.
Now we will have Commissioner Valdez lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our business tonight will be reports from the commissioners about events that are happening at Archer Elementary School and JCC projects. Mayor Armstrong, will you please share your report from your interview with Ms. Hartwell?
Yes, Vice Mayor Patel. I interviewed Ms. Hartwell about our school news. My first question that I asked Ms. Hartwell was, what are some of your duties as the principal of Archer Elementary? She answered, my most important duty as principal of Archer Elementary is to make sure that we were taking all the steps necessary in order to keep everyone on campus safe. Another very important duty is to interview and hire the best people to work at Archer Elementary in different areas. I also oversee the day-to-day operations of our school. My second question that I asked her was, what are some of your goals for this school going in the next year? She answered, my goal is always to make sure that students have a safe, happy, and nurturing environment to learn and to be the best students and citizens they can be. Another goal is to make sure that our teachers and staff also have a safe, happy, and nurturing environment to work. My third question was, why did you want to be the principal of Archer? She responded, I've always heard about the wonderful staff and the amazing students at Archer Elementary, and I was anxious to be a part of it. My fourth question was, how has being the principal affected your life? She said, being a principal has given me the opportunity to watch kids grow and learn and become adults in all walks of life. I've been able to make lifelong friends among former student families and with staff from the different schools I have served. I was positively affected my life, and I will be forever grateful for this opportunity. My last question was, if you were not the principal of Archer Elementary, would you still teach here? And if so, what subject would you teach? She responded, if I were not the principal, I think I would enjoy art. Even though I am not naturally artistic, I think I could learn and grow along with my students.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong.
Vice Mayor Patel, please share your report from your interview with Mrs. Thompson about the Media Center.
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. This month I did a report on Miss Thompson about the Media Center. The first question I asked was, when is the next book fair? And she replied with, the next book fair is May 6th to May 10th. The next question I asked her was, how often do you get new books for the book fair? And she replied with, Scholastic chooses what they send to us. After I asked her, what is new in the Media Center? And she replied with, we have many new books, prizes, activities, and much more. Then I asked her, are there changes that are or are going to be in the news? And she replied with, the news is constantly changing with requests from teachers, activities, and whatever is needed. Then I asked her, are there any new books coming in the library? And she replied with, we ordered prior to the book fair and we purchased new books from the fair. We also ordered the new Dogman. The last question I asked her was, how do we use the money raised in the book fair to help Archer? And she replied with, we use the money raised for the book fair for a lot of things, but for the Media Center, we use it for new stations, books, and rewards.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Patel. Commissioner Valdez, will you please share your report from your interview with Mr. Whitten about PBIS and patrols?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. This month I interviewed Mr. Whitten. First I asked him, how does PBIS help the school? He says PBIS is a way to reward students for doing positive things and working hard in the classroom. By rewarding students for good things, it helps motivate students to keep getting better. Next, I asked him, when is the next big PBIS event in school store? He said, we just held our school store a few weeks ago. At the last Friday, we had our spring party, so I would say a few weeks after spring break. You should hear about our next PBIS event. Next, I asked him, how often do you change patrol posts? He says he changed patrol posts after every start of 9 weeks. Lastly, I asked him, what do you like about PBIS? He said he loves seeing how it makes a kid happy when they are proud of themselves from earning Archbooks.
Thank you, Commissioner Valdez. Commissioner Vasquez, will you please share your report from your interview with Mr. Lyons about the Real Men's Read program?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. This month I interviewed Mr. Lyons, the founder of the Real Men's Read program. The first question I asked Mr. Lyons was, what inspired you to do the Real Men's Read program? He said that during COVID there were a lot of students at home that weren't in school, and I knew that they weren't learning to practice reading. The second question I asked him was, what are your goals for the Real Men's Read program? He responded that his goal is to get more kids inspired to read. For the third question I asked Mr. Lyons was, what is the Real Men's Read program about? He said improving the literature skills of all students in the entire school. The fourth question I asked was, how many schools have the program? He answered, so far only one school, which is Arch Elementary, but he is hoping to expand the Real Men's Read program to more schools. My fifth question was, who can volunteer to read? To which he answered, men over 21 years and over, like grandpas, dads, or brothers, can come and read to kids for 45 minutes once a month. The final question I asked him was why he thought the Real Men's Read program was important. He responded that he thinks it is important because there are so many children that are not performing well in school, not because their teachers or principals are not doing well, but because the students are not inspired to read.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Todd, will you please share your report from your interview with Mr. Hancock about EDEP?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. This month I interviewed Mr. John about EDEP. First question I asked him was, what does EDEP stand for? He said EDEP stands for Extended Day Enrichment Program. The next thing I asked him was, what happens at EDEP? He said EDEP is an after-school program for students whose parents need the extended care. During this time, students have the opportunity to do their homework, have snacks, play games. The third thing I asked him was, how long have you worked at EDP? He said he's worked at EDP for 32 years. The next thing that I've asked him was, what are your favorite games to play? He said, I have two favorite games to play, football and baseball. Last thing I asked him, what would you do if you did not work at EDP? He said that he would be a pilot because he loves to fly planes.
Thank you, Commissioner Todd. Commissioner Bello, will you please share your report from your interview about our current JCC projects?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. For this final JCC meeting, I have written a report on the PSAs, or skits that we are shooting to talk about respecting the teachers, recycling bulletin boards, respecting each other, the campus, and supplies. Each of the JCC members has written a short script to provide a funny yet descriptive video that will be shown on the morning announcements. We are also creating a rock cycle garden outside of the science lab so that students can see samples of sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rocks. On the outside edge of the rock cycle garden, we will be placing rocks decorated by the 5th graders at Archer. Every 5th grader will decorate a rock to put at the edge of the garden.
Thank you, Commissioner Bello. Because this is our last JCC meeting, we have written a report about our time in JCC and what it's meant to us. We would like to share those reports with you now. Vice Mayor Patel, will you please read your report?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. I decided to run for JCC because I could have my voice heard and I could expand my knowledge about many things, including teamwork, helping, and so much more. I also wanted to see how it felt like to be in a position like this and the job that I have always wanted to do. My favorite part of being a JCC member is to do and brainstorm projects to help keep our school clean and safe. I also like working with people to help others. In my opinion, helping others and being kind are the most important things that you can do. JCC helps kids realize that it is important to help others and be kind. My favorite JCC project was the food drive because not only did we help people, but our fellow students did as well. Being a JCC member means taking people's voice into consideration and learning to grow from their ideas. Being in JCC is not only helping people, but also yourself. Learning from mistakes, helping and having fun are some of the most important things about JCC. Being in JCC not only expands my knowledge about being in the law field, but also working with other people and learning how to expand from them.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Patel. Commissioner Valdez, will you please share your report?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. I decided to run for JCC because I wanted to try something new. My favorite JCC project was tutoring. The best thing about being a JCC member is interviewing people and doing the assignments. Mrs. Thomas asked me, what did being a JCC member mean to me? I told her it means that I can grow here and it makes me feel that I can do greater things. This is my happy place.
Thank you, Commissioner Valdez. Commissioner Vasquez, will you please read your report?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. The reason that I decided to run for JCC is because I felt that being a JCC member would help my voice and my opinion and make my school a better place. I also thought that I could work towards helping my school in certain places that the staff could not. My favorite JCC project was tutoring younger grades because not only did we help the younger children excel in their work, but we were role models.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Bello, will you please read your report?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. I decided to run for JCC because being a commissioner sounded interesting and fun. I also wanted some experience in government and the basic skills needed. The best thing about being a JCC member was working on all the fun and interesting projects for the school. My favorite JCC project was the food drive. I really enjoyed designing the boxes, helping unload the food, and thinking of how it would all be sent away to families who need it more than us. I thought being a part of JCC meant that I was a real commissioner in training, and I did feel like it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bello. Commissioner Todd, will you please read your report?
Yes, Mayor Armstrong. This year I joined the JCC group of Archer Elementary School. I decided to run because I wanted to help the school be a better place. The best thing about being a JCC member was the whole group. When we had our first meeting, we just became good friends. My favorite project was tutoring in Miss Bailey's 3rd grade classroom during recess. Being a JCC member meant a lot to me. I'm happy that I got to help kids and teachers at my school.
Thank you, Commissioner Todd. Mayor Armstrong, will you please read your report?
Yes, Vice Mayor Patel. I decided to run for JCC because I wanted to show my leadership skills, get experience writing and presenting speeches in front of crowds, and I knew that there were things to improve about our school that I wanted to fix. I liked being a JCC member because I liked getting to know a lot of new people that I don't think I would have gotten to know without JCC, getting to work on projects that people around the school can see, and getting to present our own reports in an actual town meeting. My favorite JCC project is the rock cycle garden that we are currently working on. Being a JCC member meant always having to be a good example for other students and having to work as a team to get things done.
Thank you, Mayor Armstrong.
Is there any further business?
I move that we adjourn the Junior City Commissioner meeting.
I second that motion.
Why, Mr. Bennett? There's further business.
Parents, you should be so proud of these kids. They are exceptional, and I am so proud of them. These two teachers deserve more thanks than I can give. have given up, they have sacrificed their time, their energy, everything for these kids, and thank you, Ms. Hartwell, thank you. I am so proud of y'all. You make me look good. You make us look good, and I just want you to know, go forward with what you've got now, and you're gonna go places, and I look forward to seeing you back here in those seats.
If there are no further comments, do I hear a motion to adjourn? Aye.
I second that motion.
The motion to adjourn has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries 6-0. The meeting is adjourned.
We're still struggling with that. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic I was gonna say that. My career. Take care, sir. All right, Dave, you too. Oh, sorry. Appreciate myself. All right, I see y'all. How you doing? Commissioner White? I'm good. How are you? Good, good. Yeah, I don't know about that, but we'll see. Knock on wood. What are you saying? You're going to do like a goat and just keep circling around? I don't know what y'all. And the elephant started trumpeting today in the room. The elephant started circling around and around. Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's it. Birds look like ice bunch of that one. They do, they straight. Yeah, look up at it. getting that ready. How's everybody? Good, good. Hey,
Y'all get some rest.
So you
Yeah.
tell us how you feel about it? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
She stayed because he was not being,
I was gonna say, you turn it over to you.
How are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
It's not like you don't see a whole lot of it. There you go. That's just like you can leave it out. So, I don't forget to tell you. I know it. You are too.
So, 2 weeks we're gonna have a service up there for my one nephew who died 2 years ago during COVID. And they didn't find out why. They never found out. Your mom, she's going back on her. She'll be here. My dad's here. No, we haven't. Oh.
Well, there's so many sports out there, I've never been to it.
So we're gonna take a little bit from her mother. Oh, very
Yeah, but there's a ton.
She died when she was.
I mean, a ton, of course.
So, yeah. So we'll have that going on. Yes.
Not over there either.
That's the hook. That's the hook.
A hook? Hook. Oh, a hook. Where'd that come from?
I don't know. That was there when we come here. I don't know if it's a cow or a pig. That's what the mic's doing.
A hook?
There's a cow that's on their foot.
Oh, a hook. Yeah, but where'd that come from?
She stayed out there long
Are you? Good.
Yeah, and have the glasses on and
Oh, this time of
she had the glasses.
Right here. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I wonder where, how it got there. What?
A meal.
A meal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one wasn't that, that wasn't, yeah. But I can remember one of them was pretty dark. Like some years ago. Yeah, I can remember that. That was, I will do that.
You will,
Yes, that morning.
the morning text.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Answer my question. No, we have not.
I did send you a number, but I guess I didn't get it for you. Person has been busy in school.
Trust me, I understand. My mom's been in the hospital. I know that. Thank you. You know how that goes.
Yes.
She's 87. Appreciate that.
You tell her I say hello.
I will. Thank you.
Well, I guess very cool.
Yeah, they got that going. If that was, it would be good. This is,
So you can see you get agitated tonight, she knows what they got to call.
And then anybody can go in and have like restricted hours. They're always like, and then they come to
I've got her, she's going to the code, she's going to the magistrate. She's not responding to any of my letters, so I'm taking her, she's already had a code violation issue. And we gave her some time before she asked for it, and she never responded to any of my letters from her, so she's going to the magistrate. That's where she's, I pulled a letter out, she's going to the magistrate. So it's up to the magistrate to do what he's got to do. He'll violate, put a fine on him, we'll go from there. Thanks, sir.
Hi, Emery, Mike. Nice to meet you.
See the gavel. Y'all, I'm hot. Did the kids have it? I don't remember. Look in your drawer. I don't remember him. Oh, there it is. There it is. Child, look at him. There's a few. I was going to say I can remember if I heard the child use it or not. One more minute. Yep.
Oh Lord, somebody else got to send me one more text. No, it's like unread 666.
You're so funny. Good evening. We are going to call this meeting to order. It is now 6:30. I have asked Commissioner Hope if he would lead us in prayer, followed by the pledge, which will be led by Vice Mayor.
Everyone, please stand and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we humbly come together as a community this evening and give thanks for the fair weather, freedom, and civility to discuss the business before us. We thank you for the participation of our staff, contractors, guests, and citizens who equally care for the well-being of our city. We ask you to remain with our men and women in uniform around the world who provide for our peace at home and defend our freedoms every day. Please give solace to their families until their safe return home. Be with our brothers and sisters in Israel and the Middle East, and through your will, may they find a peaceful resolution to the current hostile, war-torn, day-to-day existence that currently creates their insecurities, fears, and ill health. We give you thanks for our first responders who provide for our protection, health, and well-being 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Give them strength, dear Lord, to securely and safely provide for ours and allow them to return to their families at the end of each day. May you provide us through your grace peace. It is the ability to wait patiently in spite of panic brought on by uncertainty. And may we remember, as is written in your word in John chapter 14, verse 27, peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. It is in your holy name we pray these things. Amen. Amen. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to Vice Mayor and Commissioner Hope. Additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay. A replacement, okay. But no additions, no deletions. All right, so adoption of agenda. Microphone. Our Vice Mayor has made a motion to accept the agenda.
I second.
And Commissioner Green made a second. Any commissioner discussion? No discussion, public discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. All right, consent agenda, which includes the approval of March 11th minutes, public works inventory, and bank statements.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. Commissioner discussion.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd really like to pull the bank statements if we can.
We can. Okay, so
I'll amend my motion to that effect, Madam Mayor.
you're going to amend your second?
Yes,
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry.
That's
Yes.
okay. All right, so we're, the consent agenda, we're going to do 1 and 2 together and pull agenda item 3, which is the bank statements, out to afterwards. Any other discussion? Public discussion on the motion? Yes,
Lori
ma'am.
Costello, citizen. I have a couple questions about the Public Works inventory.
Yes, ma'am.
I seen that 2 sets of 64 pieces, tool sets, were gone, and 8 shovels. Just in the past 3 months? Is there a reason? Was things stolen? Or, I mean, there was other tools gone, but these 2 seem like a lot to be missing.
Okay.
I do not know, but I will get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. And then I have questions on the bank statements also. Do you want me to ask?
That, we pulled that one for after these
Okay,
two.
great, thank you.
Additional public comments on the motion? All right, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. So now we would go to, we're going to go on to agenda item 3, bank statements. Any commissioner discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Tony, I know I've spoken to you about this, but I am concerned about our finances. I mean, I am really concerned about our finances. Over the last...
Pull your microphone down a little bit, please. Thank you.
Over the last 6 months, I have signed, and you'll note that I'm probably the one that signs the checks the most.
Must be, yeah, because I haven't
I
signed
have
any.
signed a total of about 8 checks. Of those 8, 6 were past due by up to 7 months. We have a former commissioner that got a check because he draws retirement for $700. That's late. Ace Hardware was 2 months in the arrears, 2 or 3. At least half of the checks that I signed were late. And I don't know if we're paying our bills or not, but it doesn't seem like, I mean, I'm seeing where a lot of them are being paid by pre-authorized credit. We also had a credit card that was declined last week. That concerns me. And I know that our accountant has been out working from home, but if we can't get our bills paid, we need somebody that can show us where we're at.
She's here right now.
Well, I need somebody to show me where we're at, because I'm afraid of it.
I'll have her come in, but the credit card that was declined last week.
Microphone, Tony.
Sorry about that. The credit card that was declined last week was, we paid the bill, and there was some issues with the card itself when I paid the account, and the bank put a hold on the card, and the guys didn't know that the hold was put on the card, and that's what happened with that particular card.
That's not the first time, though, we've had a credit card declined, is it?
But let me have Cindy come in.
Okay.
She's right here.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good, how
I'm
are you?
Cindy, accountant. The credit card situation, we had a decline when the mayor and all them went up north, or I think it was Atlanta. And that was because we got a new credit card.
Correct.
That was totally set up and that was their deal. This past week was about, Mr. Hammond was trying to pay it and it wouldn't allow him to. It wouldn't even pull up. It was a technical difficulty, and it's just, there's nothing we can do about technical difficulties. As far as the checks, I'm pretty sure you signed way more than 8.
Well, she has.
I haven't.
There's a bunch in
Plenty
here.
of them on here with your signature, but
We'll check them.
I have, there's
For the
been
last 6
months,
months.
months and months that I haven't been able to cut checks, period.
correct.
And that's why I don't want to use the new system that we spent a fortune for that doesn't work. I haven't been able to put the budget in. They haven't been able to do any taxes out of it. I had to take all of it and put it in QuickBooks just to do W-2s. And I had to do that in 24 hours. So I agree, and I absolutely concur that if we can't figure this out, y'all can't find somebody else to do it.
We're gonna have to do something, because
All I do is fight it.
I don't know how our finances stand. I have no idea how our finances stand.
I don't either, because I can't do anything in the system.
Then we need to get an auditor in here and meet.
The auditor's coming, and they're aware of it, and I've spoken with
I'm
them.
talking about an independent auditor that's gonna come in here and look at our bank statements, our bank accounts, our finances, because I'm worried about it.
Okay, that's great.
No, it really ain't.
That doesn't bother me at all.
So what auditor is coming, dear?
Well, Powell and Jones is due for their audit soon.
Okay.
We have, what was the big thing we just took out for the wastewater?
The 491,000?
Whatever it was, I thought it was 650, but, okay.
I think it was 491.
Is it in here?
No,
I didn't think so. So where are we sitting with it?
that's been paid, and that's it.
But it's not in here, so, okay.
No, that was from December.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, we need to get back on track somehow. And if it is our system, then they need to be paying our past due accounts.
I absolutely
Correct,
agree.
and I think that's what we said last month, that, yes.
Kirsten, can you give the commission an update on that, where we're
Yeah.
at with that?
As far as financially, I really don't have a sense of where we are with that, because it's not.
No, I meant with the software program issue.
Oh, okay. So the software program, we've sent a letter over to the software individual provider, indicating that they have a certain amount of time, and I'd have to go back and look at the letter to remember what that time was to fix all of the issues that we had, or else we would be seeking to, 1, terminate our contract, 2, be provided a refund, and 3, potentially seek additional legal action as required. So they have been put on notice that we are not pleased.
Do you remember the time frame?
I believe it was by the end of the month.
Okay. The end of this month, April?
This month.
The bottom line is, I would venture to say every program that we got through that software company does not work.
Right.
Tanya's doesn't work, Cindy's doesn't work. None of them are working with our system.
Yeah, and I think that's what we said last month, and that's why we asked to have the letter sent.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question? Do we have any sister municipality that has the same system? Or
The only one we could find did just financial, not utility too. And they kind of laughed at us when we called them back. Like they weren't particularly thrilled with it either, but that was well after the fact.
Okay.
Because we paid for, I'm sorry, go ahead. We paid for this, 2.5 years ago? We started this whole system forever ago that should have been implemented forever ago. It was never, they tried to rush because their contract was coming to an end if they had to pay us back. So they rushed it, and nothing is connected, nothing, even report-wise, I can't even pull a report and it be connected. So I can't fix it. None of us can fix it. We have to sit on hold and hope and pray that they can get something. I sat there one day trying to do, in fact, commissioner payroll, and I had to delete all of well, I didn't. They just hit the button and deleted everybody's time because it said you can't carry over time, annual leave and such, which is insane because you can. The first of the year does not audit, and that was kind of the bottom line for me. I was done then. That you shouldn't delete just everybody's records. So in the process, I'm taking everything that was done, very little, thankfully, in Edmonds, and transferring it to QuickBooks. And I have to have all that done before our audit. So I'm working on, that's what I'm working on.
Okay.
How long have we known we've had a problem with this?
I've had a problem with them for a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Then why hasn't it already been brought to us, Cindy?
I have.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think they did bring it up. It's been brought up before, I know a couple months ago. And that is why last month we were like, this is going on too long.
Exactly.
Because even our bills were not coming on time. I wasn't getting a bill until the middle of the month. But yeah, I know that it came up before. And then Cindy was out, she was out.
I remember it coming before us just recently, but not
a year ago.
Not a year and a half ago.
Well, I don't remember Cindy a year ago. I know.
But we did, because that's where they came up with, remember, they hadn't done anything. Remember, they had done nothing, and then we brought up why we didn't have the new system yet. And and all of a sudden, it just all happened within a month, and then it has never worked.
Well,
If I remember correctly, their deadline for having this system ready to go was September of this past year.
Yeah.
I think that sounds about right.
August or September of this past year.
That sounds
And
about
when they said it was finished is when we started having trouble because we couldn't get the system to work.
correct. Yeah.
And we sent September and October and November corresponding back and forth with these people. And in November, still no response from them, and that's when I brought the attorney in.
I mean,
they should have been brought in a year ago if we've been having problems for a year and a
They
half.
hadn't installed it yet.
they didn't even start.
It wasn't
They
installed
didn't even
yet.
start the problem.
Okay.
They were supposed to have already implemented, we were supposed to be implemented May 22. This is almost May 24.
Do you know what we have?
Edmonds,
Do you know what we have financially?
yes. Can I write it down? I can give you a number now.
But you can find it. You can go
I
back
could
there
figure
and
it
get
out. Yes, I could.
I want to say we're positive because we were getting ready to go to.
You said give them 30 days?
I don't remember.
We have to give them 30 days?
It was 30 days from whenever.
I just looked at the letter. It's the 19th. That's
Oh.
when we gave them to.
So that's
How
like a
long?
week and a half.
Until April 19th.
So by our next meeting, we should know where we stand, and we should have this either fixed or we're getting our money back.
Absolutely. Because I should have it caught back up in QuickBooks by next meeting.
Yeah, but we should have an answer, and
Yeah.
as legal said, either they give us our money back or we go after them.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question? They did come on site to implement.
Never, not once.
Never.
Never.
As a team, they
We
never
have
came.
never been trained. They have worked through problems with us.
On the phone. Everything has been online,
wait
on phone, on the.
Anywhere from a day to 7 days for a response from tech. So we can do nothing at that
And
point.
Madam Mayor, may I ask where they based out of?
Not a clue.
Don't
You
know
know? Do you have any clue where they're at?
Where, who is it?
the home office or.
New Jersey, I think.
Somebody closer.
Put it on the computer, but it is.
But
But it was,
it was implemented
right. How
via,
did
they
put it
just
on the
logged
computer?
on with our IT.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's remote.
Everything's remote and nothing works.
Isn't that,
So by our next meeting, I expect, this is what I expect, and everybody else can do whatever. I expect to know where we stand financially, where we stand with them, and how bad it is. I'd also like to know what our credit score is.
our credit score's fine. Ours is fine.
I just want to see it.
Okay. Any more questions from the dais?
Is that in the form of a motion, Commissioner White?
I can make it, and so moved.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Hope. You want to repeat it? Did you get that, Deanna? Let's see if she got it. She didn't respond, so repeat it, please.
I will make a motion that by the next meeting, if it gets in my nose, they're not gonna hear me anyway. That, I'm sorry?
The JCC had no problem with their microphones. I'm very proud of them.
I know, we could learn a lot from them. At any rate, my motion is that by the next meeting, we know where we stand financially, our credit score, and we know where we stand legally. And if you got to sue them, sue them. I'm sorry.
So we spent a lot of money on them.
Yeah, we did. I remember that.
I second that, Madam Mayor.
Yep, I have you down as
Thank you.
the second. All right, additional commission discussion on the motion. Non-public discussion on the motion.
Lori Costello, citizen. We haven't had a profit and loss in, a year? I would like to see independent audit done very soon, not Powell and Jones, but an independent audit. Because a lot of the regular bills, my questions were about a lot of the regular bills and about that $700 to Sam Clark. So I guess he wasn't paid in 7 months, but looking over these bills, it's like, I don't know what happened to the regular bills that we usually have. I just have no idea. But Cindy said that there was no training, but we've paid staff massive overtime for training for this system. Massive overtime. Cindy just got, not saying this is for training, I'm not sure what it is, 26 hours of overtime last month. But prior to that, there was a lot of overtime for training. Mayor, I guess at this point, I guess it would be mute if I had questions for the bills because things might be straightened out by next month.
Maybe, but how many questions do you have?
Well, I can email them. That's what I was going to ask you. If I email them, will they get answered?
Hopefully. You can email them.
Okay. Well, who will be answering them? Do you know?
I'm sure it will be one of the ladies in the office, but
okay. All right, thank you.
You can include us.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Roberta Lopez. For weeks and months, I have sent emails asking, since Miss Cindy was out for so long of a period of time, long time, and I think I sent it to all of you, that we need to bring in a temp. The minute that she went on that long leave or whatever, and I'm sure she had some idea how long she would be out of here, that we should have brought in a temp from some professional firm to step in and serve as the accountant to see if things could keep rolling. I understand that maybe the system wasn't working right, but that temp company or whoever they sent may have been able to figure this out. If right now, if I decide to go to the state and get Archer audited, you wouldn't have no Archer. Nobody listened to us when we're trying to tell you that something is wrong with the bills, with the money. And if you want me to go back and pull a million emails, I can do that. But we should have never had anybody out of this office, out of place, while we're trying to run a city. And you know I ran one as former mayor. So that man, Mr. Powell, who is the auditor right now, I even requested a long time ago that he should have been gone. I agree with Laura, we need an independent auditor right now, and you better do it, because what's going to happen is all the mistakes that have been made here is going to be you, and you. Trust me.
It is us. It is us. And,
Understand that, Ms. Lopez.
Correct. Keep going.
I'm sorry, it does fall on us, but we have not ignored it. I have not ignored
Correct.
it. I have been to Tony a few times on this, and I got one thing after the other, and so now I brought it to us, and it is on us.
Tangi Green, City of Archer employee. I just wanted to address the bunch of hours for training. Deanna and I received 45 minutes of an 8-hour training. We came in another day, I think, for like an hour and a half on my module alone. Utility billing was an 8-hour training. We got 45 minutes.
From them.
That's it, just 45 minutes. We got 45 minutes of training, and that training happened when we were at work. We had to come in on a Friday for training on another module, which is the one that you pay your bill online yourself through our website. I think that training was like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but it was like on a Friday. So Deanna and I probably got 2 hours and 45 minutes of training. 45 minutes of that training, we were already on the clock. So I don't know who got tons of hours for training, because it wasn't me and it wasn't Deanna. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Additional comments, questions? No? All right, let's go to a motion. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. All right, so we are going to move on to our guest speakers. And agenda item 1 is Felicity with Kimley Horn.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commission.
evening.
It's great to see you all again.
Same to you.
So included in your packet was a high-level memo of all the different projects. I believe that was requested at the last commission meeting. I'm happy to provide that for every meeting if that's something that's helpful to you all, and if you have any feedback about the information that you do or do not want to see on it, please just let me know and I can provide that moving forward. But I will just give a quick run through of what is included in there. First, I'll just go in order with the memo. So first was the African American Community Center. I won't stick on this too long. The architect is here this evening to show you guys what they've been working on, and I hope you all are really excited. It looks really great. But Kimley Horn has been providing the grant administrative services for this for the architect's grant that you all got from, I believe it was the Department of State. So we've been providing grant administrative services on that, and we are actively applying for a T-Mobile hometown grant to cover the civil engineering, geotech, and survey to complete that project. Next, Laurel Hill Cemetery. So we have a surveyor that has been collecting data. He is right now just authorized to do a boundary survey, and he's doing a pilot program collecting a little bit of GIS information, photos, and things like that of some of the headstones. And what he's going to create, and we hope to show to you next month, is a website that he's creating where you can actually go to a map of the cemetery and either click on a plot and it'll show you a picture of the headstone and tell you who's located there, or let you know if it's vacant, things like that. So it should be really easy to know where you can find your loved ones and where people can be placed in the future. The the water system project. So we are wrapping up the design of that. We will be submitting the permit applications to DOT and DEP next month. And that usually takes up to 60 days. We're hoping they don't have very
many comments and we can get that done and then we can bid that project. One of the things there is that right now the design and permitting is fully funded by the grant from the Water Management District. They also provided partial construction funds, and so right now we don't have funds to build everything, just a portion of it, but we have already submitted grant applications to DEP to cover the remainder of that funding. We have not heard back yet. We hope to know by this summer, but DEP likes to keep us waiting from time to time. And I believe at last meeting there was some discussion about that water line that runs through Mr. Arnold's property to serve a church. And Tony and I looked at it and we think that with some of the other stuff we have going on right there on Archer Road, we'll be able to serve that property from the DOT road rather than running through anybody's property and needing to get an easement or anything like that. Yeah, so that will be included in that project. And then the wastewater improvements. So we have the, quote, like in-town portion almost completely designed. We're going through the permitting process now with CSX and DOT and DEP. So we've had our pre-application meetings and have already made the submittal to CSX and are working through some comments from them with Tony and Deanna. And we are finalizing the force main routing to Newberry and should be able to get that underway pretty quickly. That's a lot less intensive of a design than the actual gravity sewer. And we are planning to apply for additional construction funds from DEP, their water quality grant portal. We've been told will open later this month. So we'll be applying for that grant as well as the SRF funding in July for award in August. So then just a couple other projects that Kimley Horn isn't directly involved in the engineering at this point, but that we have been helping Tony with, and is the Army Corps flood study. So the last update that Tony and I received from them is that they still intend to have their preliminary model results in June, and so those can be presented to you all at that time. As far as I know, they've no issues, just working through a stormwater model for everything within city limits is quite comprehensive, so it will take some time. And then I believe Gator Sketch is also going to be discussing this, but for the ADA compliance and expansion of City Hall that Tony has asked us to look into, they'll talk about the architecture portion of that, but we are helping Tony look through different grant opportunities to fund that as well to help cover the costs. So as always, happy to answer any questions from you all or the public on that update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions for Felicity?
Thanks for this.
Thank you.
Questions?
Bill Lewandowski, citizen. Good afternoon or good evening. So a quick question. At one of the previous public meetings that we had on the sewer system, one of the questions I asked was, could we have a frequently asked question section on our website or Facebook or something where we could have sort of a summary of what's happening with the sewer system, timeline, status, that type of thing.
Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
I did need to address that. So Tony and I have been working on that, and it should be published. So we were just going back and forth, making sure all the questions I get at town halls and commission meetings are addressed, and then anything that Tony and the staff has been getting, and it will include a link to the Phase 1 map, because I know that comes up a lot. So yes, almost done, and it will be posted on the website.
Thank you for listening.
Yes.
Any other public comment or question, if I may, for Felicity?
Thank you.
The second guest we will be having is Mr. Mike, what is it, Linehan? Latham, I apologize. Good evening.
Good evening. Michael Latham with Gator Sketch Architects. Pleasure to be here. I would say thank you, Madam Mayor, but she's absent right now, but council, thank you, and staff, Kimley Horn, for your help. So on the screen and in front of you, I think you have our PowerPoint. On the screen is the color version. I don't know if you received a color version or not. The first slide told me to cue her and she would turn it.
Deanna? There you go.
Thank you. So the first slide is the site plan, and this is being proposed to go on, I believe you call it Public Works Park. and which is surrounded by South 129th Avenue, which would be on your right-hand side in this picture, and below on South 107th Street, and then Northeast State Road 24, down by where the fire station and Public Works is. What we plan to do is bring a drive aisle in off of Southwest 107th Street, which would be here, and that would go up close to the ball field, and we would have diagonal parking there, and this would all be a one-way in and out. That would give you parking for the community building as well as the baseball, as well as other functions that happen in this park. Go to the next slide. This is the floor plan. The program for your building was to provide some play courts. So we provided a basketball court as well as a volleyball court overlaid. And there's some room for seating on both sides if you have competition, depending on age groups. And the basketball rims come from the ceiling, and the volleyball net would be posted in the floor system. There would be little cylinders in the floor to hold the volleyball net. Inside the building, if we look at the top right, we have men's and women's restrooms. To the left of that is a mechanical room, storage, janitor. Down below that is a concession room with windows that are open to the play court as well into the meeting room. The meeting room can sit classroom style or arts and crafts style as well. And then below that is a lobby as well as storage for indoor and outdoor chairs and tables. So we move to the elevations. And so this is a pre-engineered metal building. That is the most economical way to construct this community building. But to make it interesting, what we did is we altered the metal panels so that we have both horizontal and vertical panels to give it some flavor. So if you look there, we have the north building. Next, we have the south side. And there's bay doors there that roll up to make this an open air area. The play courts are not air conditioned. If you so choose in the future, you can make them air conditioned, but they're not. The roll up doors could be manual or motorized. There. The next slide is the ends of the building, so the west and the east. And there's a lot of windows and things for the community space. And then the roll-up doors, as I mentioned. So then what we wanted to do is give you some flavors of colors. So option number one is a option with a light silver or gray roof with some reds and blues and dark gray. You can see that on the side and the end. Option number two was still sticking with the light gray roof, but introducing the blues and reds this time, color palette. And option number three was changing to a dark gray roof, dark gray downspouts, the blue and gray again. And then the final option, option number four, is more of an earth tone palette. So we went with a blue roof. We have green and brown metal panels, and the downspouts would be the blue. That's all right. That's all right. That's why we're here. I want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah. So that's our presentation on that. I wanted to just kind of get your feel on the four color palettes.
I like 2 or 3 if these are the only 4. 3, I think I'd like more than 2, but.
Okay.
Which ones you guys like?
But did I hear you say there's no AC in them?
And no heating?
So if we could go back to the floor plan.
I think he said to the
So
play area.
the play area, there's no AC in the play area, but all of the community space is under air.
Is it heat? No. Is it AC?
So we could add heat to this if you want, yes.
Well, my thing is, that's when they play basketball is.
In the winter?
Winter months.
Okay. Well, then, let me make note of that.
What's it called?
And what we did with the basketball court to alleviate the need for the AC is
With the
put
bay
the
doors.
bay doors, but we also have big ceiling fans in there to circulate the air in it.
Correct.
That's why I'm not as concerned about the air conditioning as I am. That's a metal building. It's gonna be cold anyway.
It will be insulated, but you're right.
But you're gonna use it year round for other
Yes.
things
Yeah,
other
yes.
than
But not for
Basketball.
basketball. You're gonna
The
use
nice thing is-
community center, and it is, air conditioning.
Council, Ms. White, so the building is insulated in the roof and in the walls.
Okay. It's still a metal building.
It is still a metal building, yes, ma'am.
And I really think it needs to be heated because that's when basketball occurs.
Okay?
Okay. He said he'll make a note of that, but I
Yeah,
get
you will.
that is during the time.
During the summertime, because we know we have really hot summers too, but you all think the big ceiling fans are gonna do it?
And
Yes,
the bay
For the
doors.
summer?
They
The bay
are,
doors.
there's multiple,
That's gonna bring in heat.
there's multiple 8-foot diameter fans in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. They will put out some serious wind.
But eventually, in the future, will we have that option if we,
Yes,
add
he's
the money
thinking
to add AC?
Yes,
He's
ma'am.
taking it.
Very
Okay.
easily, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, could that be disclosed to what that cost would be for the heating as one unit and the air conditioning as another? The reason why I'm asking that is we may have stakeholders or principals within the community that may want to donate.
Sure.
Just if we could start that
That was a
recruiting.
great question, Councilmember Hope. So right now, there is a contractor that built one of these with us that we were working with Felicity and Laura. And he is giving us pricing on this building right now. I can add to that, what would an addendum be to add heat, right? What would addendum to be whatever else you would want us to
So
look?
we could start that recruiting of
Yeah,
stakeholders
sure.
within the area.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
But for the other building that the other contractor worked with you, do you remember the price of the AC or the heat?
So, if I may.
Yeah.
So this area was under air,
Right.
and there was a locker room right here that was under air. And the other building is a public works building, so it was all shop space, so it was not under air. But that was just around, but it also had concrete block walls, and this doesn't, and it was around 1.2 million. But the concrete block is a lot of money, as well as the added air conditioning space.
But since we're not getting concrete, we have. More AC. Since we have the metal, is it cheaper with the metal?
It
or-
is. It's about 25% cheaper.
Okay, so it won't be quite $1 million.
No,
Okay.
no.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
No, did you all say which color
No, they
scheme
didn't.
you liked the best?
I'm sorry, I'm back to the AC and the heat and
y'all worried
the marketing and
y'all worried
recruiting.
about the climate.
How
Okay.
soon would that be available back to the city for our information?
I'm hoping that I receive this preliminary pricing from this general contractor, hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days.
And you could provide that to Mr.
Absolutely.
Hammond so
That is
that
my
we could,
plan, to provide it to Tony as well as Felicity.
because I'm serious about, and we have 13 interdenominational churches within the 2 square miles of
Sure.
Archer, the city limits.
Sure.
13 churches alone, let alone stakeholders. So this is one of those opportunities this little community could rally together and really have a community sense of doing something together. So
And there's a lot of items that you could put that out for their review, such as the tables and chairs, such as the fans, such as the volleyball courts, such as the goals,
I mean,
things
we
like
had
that.
great success with that, with some, stalwart citizens with our Archer Community Center. I think we could do it with this facility as well.
Sure, community buy-in, right?
What?
Community buy-in.
Absolutely. What is the name of this going to be?
The name of this building? I don't know. I've heard it
I
referred
asked
to.
that over 4 months ago, and for all of the grant process and everything, I think that needs to be established pretty quickly. Number 2, I heard you refer to it as the Public Works Park, and I want the community to be fully acknowledging of that park name being changed from what it's known as now.
And what is it now? Public Works Park or something
Community,
else?
what is that park called down there?
Maddox.
Thank you. So it matters not to me, I just don't want shock and awe when signage and all that goes up. And, we dealt with this with the Archer Community Center with a little bit of stagnation, so I'd like to avoid that this time. So especially with the grant process, because once the grants go in, and we've talked about that, we just need to be clear and be okay with it.
So I looked up on Google Earth, and it says Public Works Park, so we need to tell Google to get on with that.
Wow, Madam Mayor.
So, thank you, I was just acknowledgement.
No, I like that. So,
Just for information.
so is this going to be the Maddox Park Community Building?
That's not why I'm bringing this up. I just want the community that's here tonight and the community that takes it back home to know what the name of the
park is.
Because we keep referring to the new facility as the Archer Community Center. We already have one.
It says new.
So I think there's going to be confusion to have 2 Archer Community Centers.
Yeah, but that's-
Go ahead, Felicity.
We have
In our grant documents and stuff, we've been referring to it as the Archer African American Community Center, but if you all want to vote on a different name, please just let me know what you vote on.
I'm not trying to cause consternation, I just want us to all be okay and clear, and this community to be okay with these names. I mean, and what we're doing, so thanks.
Sure.
I was under
Thank you,
the
ma'am.
impression that we were going to name it later, but yes, that was the name that, that we
And I know,
did.
Madam Mayor, it has nothing to do with the pretty colors, but I just think the community's gonna care more about what we're calling it.
Should-
and trying to get air conditioned heating down there through a community effort. So,
Right.
thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
with your permission, should I change this to the African American Community Center?
Well, I mean,
just
that is consistent with the grant for now.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Mayor. Yes.
Felicity,
Yes.
this scheme, whatever, is covered under the grants that we have?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? What covered under the grants?
The sketches that we have, this plan
Yes. Yes.
is covered, so we're not gonna be out.
Yes, that is, so trying to keep it within the grant budget is why we made the decision not to put HVAC right now in the basketball court, because we
Okay.
are trying to be very price sensitive to stay within our
Thank
grant
you.
funds. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Felicity.
Yes.
Can I answer any other questions?
Well, I'm gonna make a motion that we go with option 3 for the sketch.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner White. I'll pass the gavel and I will second that.
Okay.
So carry on, because because you didn't.
It's been motioned by, I was gonna say,
Commissioner
Reverend.
Commissioner
It's been motioned by Commissioner White and second by Mayor Bailey that we take option 3
For the colors, yeah.
for the colors. Any questions from the dais?
I have a question. Were those the only colors that
That is a great
were
question.
available?
So pre-engineered metal building companies, they have less than 6 to 10 colors. And those are the best colors they have, and that's what we
Well,
presented.
maybe it's just too many colors.
Maybe that's what I was
Maybe it's too many
Silver.
colors.
Okay.
Yeah, why we
So do
can't
we
just
want-
do,
blue and silver.
yeah,
Yeah.
and take this, all these other
The
colors
red.
out. It's
Take
too
the
much.
red out? So would you rather just blue and the dark gray?
Gray is gonna be, I'm calling silver, so.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, so there is a silver if we go to option number 1.
No, I feel like this gray.
Okay, okay.
I like the
all right.
dark
And I
one.
think it'll match our, everything there better.
Okay.
Um,
So so
Yeah, because then you can even, I mean, even the uniforms, it'll be easier to match them because it's just blue and silver.
Oh, yeah.
Or yeah, gray and blue.
Yeah, you said gray and blue.
Gray and
Silver and blue, gray and blue.
Commissioner Hope's on number 2 still. So do we change your motion?
Yes, we do.
And we change it to?
I like the gray and blue. Sorry, I thought it was on. I apologize. I like the gray and blue, but
After we do it. All right, and I will amend my second for that.
Okay.
So in the public.
You can ask.
Okay, I want to ask the public, what do y'all think? Can I just hear some numbers, 1, 2, or 3?
gray and blue.
Anyone else?
Gray and blue, lighter colors are better.
For longevity.
Yeah, what's it gonna look like when it sits there for a while and it starts getting green from just atmosphere and everything else?
Yeah.
It's gonna look gray and blue.
All right.
It's gonna be green and blue then. And it's not gonna be red and green.
All right. Mm-hmm. All right, so gray and blue. That's gray and blue. All right. So you can go for the vote.
That's what we'll go with. Thank you so much.
Oh, we gotta make them do a vote.
Yep, let's do our vote.
All in favor of the motion? May I hear,
Yes or no?
Yes.
Or something. Come on. No,
Yes.
no. We changed it, remember, to all gray and blue
All gray and
only,
blue,
so just
yeah.
2 colors instead of 3. That was the motion.
I don't think either one of these had that color, right?
They did not.
So
They
that's-
did not. We just changed it all together.
One we
That was the
created.
motion. You good?
all in favor, let me hear aye.
Aye.
Any opposers? Okay, it passed 5-0. Number 3.
All right, so gray and blue it is, sounds like. All right, so item 3, we have Gator Sketch Architect and Planners. I think that was the was that the assessment and alteration while I was gone? The 2 parts, where is he? Where he went to? Oh. So we have,
Yes, ma'am, that was our proposal to do the evaluation of City Hall and the design to repair all of the ADA inefficiencies and issues
the next thing.
here in City Hall.
okay, so I have a question for you, because the
Yes,
first one, I think, was like a contract. I'm looking to see where I set it down. Wasn't it?
It was a contract. This is the proposal, and the contract will follow.
So do we only have
But I-
one for you or 2? Because I thought I saw one with the building.
2 items.
That's what I thought. So I don't know where I
First
just
one
put
was
all
the
one.
community center, the
Right.
second one is for the ADA compliance of this building.
Okay, I know I saw it, but I don't know where I put it, but I did see it.
Did I answer your question, Madam Mayor?
Yes, you did.
Jonas, just want this.
So, do we have a motion for number 3, item 3? Because we just,
So moved, Madam Mayor.
thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. All right. So this one is for City Hall. ADA assessment and alteration designs. Vice Mayor said no presentation for this one. I guess not.
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Any discussion, questions? Commissioners?
But if you have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer it.
Yes, sir. None from the dais? Public discussion on the motion.
I do have one. for
Oh, you do?
Felicity, actually.
Okay.
And you said, Felicity, we're looking for grants for this?
Yes.
Have you found any?
We did find a few different foundations. I think Laura, the person who helps me with the grants, she found 4 or 5 different foundations that we're looking into for this. It does require quite a bit of paperwork, some of your tax statements and things like that, but we're reviewing those with Tony for deadlines and things like that, and to make sure that it could cover the full ask, which is obviously what we're looking for.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you, ma'am.
You didn't see Ms. Costello coming. That's,
No, on the naming of the building, is there a specific time that we're gonna try to do that? We're gonna put that out for?
we haven't. You mean for the community center?
community
Oh,
center.
so we done moved on past that.
Oh,
Now
okay.
we're talking about this,
Oh, okay.
about the,
Well,
City Hall.
City Hall. Okay.
But we'll be sure to let you know when we're
Okay.
ready to come
I
up.
just- And, well, okay, let me back, because we through with that. I was
Okay.
talking about- Well, I just wanted to make a comment, even though I'm gonna come back, that we saying we got no heat in the center, but we trying to get them out of the cold.
Yeah, you come back with that one. You come back.
I noticed that, Lori Costello, citizen, I noticed that y'all are making motions for agenda items that are under guests. Wouldn't,
These are
y'all-
for the proposals for,
yeah, but wouldn't that be considered an agenda item instead of under guests?
oh, that's what you mean.
Motions during guests are appropriate, in my opinion.
Yeah, it says agenda item under the guests.
Question is, for the for the city hall, is it just a sketch as far as ADA upgrades? I mean, do they have to draw okay, let me just finish 1 second. They have to draw a sketch. I mean, usually it's handrails or steps, or I can't imagine drawing a sketch for upgrades.
We'll let the architect answer.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. So what we do is we do an ADA assessment, and that analyzes every foot of the building. From there, we create a report that goes to staff, and then staff sees what is not compliant. And at that point, for instance, your platform that you all reside on is not compliant to ADA. Your restrooms that are in the back are not compliant. The lobby, there's multiple things there that are not compliant. Accessibility, access to the window, entry, push-pull, as you go through City Hall, there's collisions in the hallways that are not compliant. The staff restroom is not compliant. The back door, when you leave the back door, when you leave this back door, it is not compliant. So there's a lot of things that have to be detailed and drawn and figured out. And then all the permitting and all that has to be done. And then we gotta help you with bidding, because at the end of the day, we wanna get the best bid so this is economical and doesn't, hurt. But ADA is a very serious situation.
Yes, it
It is a
is.
federal law.
Yeah.
And if you're not compliant, your attorney can tell you what could happen.
Right.
I hope I answered your question, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just as a general note, there is not a door in this building that is ADA compliant, which means just about every wall in this building is going to have to be either enlarged or moved in order to become ADA compliant. The entrance door is going to have to be blocked, and a new door is going to have to be put where one of those windows are coming into the front of the building, because they're not ADA compliant. There's no way to make that door ADA compliant. So it's going to be a major project to make this building ADA compliant all around.
We gotta do it for our gangs. I'm looking at gang restrooms. What's a gang restroom?
He can come tell you.
It looks like the ladies.
Yes, ma'am. A gained restroom is a restroom with.
Going home.
A gained restroom is a restroom with more than one toilet in it.
Okay. That's the first time I've ever heard of that.
You guys have had that ever since you ate the apple.
We didn't eat an apple.
I don't like them.
No, it was something, it was another fruit. Anyway, all right. Additional public comments on the motion?
I just have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Don Hanchy, resident. Have we looked at
Moving the City Hall versus renovating it, would it be cheap? Have we compared the cost just?
We definitely talked about it. We talked about it and looked at some things. You want to?
Yeah, because sometimes it's much easier to put up a new building than to.
Do the other thing.
Yeah, make the other one work.
And I guess we'll really know when we get the facts and figures from them, but we won't really know anything until we do get that. The biggest issue is moving, relocating the major walls in here.
Yeah.
I mean, example, coming into the office where you come into Tangi's office and you've got that door coming in, you've got Tangi's office, you've got my office, you've got the office going into where Deanna and the girls are. Those are 4 doors or 3 doors that have all got to be rearranged.
Right.
This platform alone is we're gonna lose at least 1 or 2 rows.
You're gonna lose major seating here because the platform's got to go back that way.
And my experience with renovating is you're peeling the onion back. And you're gonna find additional things as you peel that back that could be costly.
Maybe we need a better building.
That's an option.
Silver and blue.
You sure you want the blue this time?
Madam Mayor, with your permission, can I add to what this gentleman just said?
Yes.
And that would be typically renovation costs are starting around $150 to $160 a square foot. New building costs are somewhere between $300 to $350 a square foot.
Okay.
The way we're approaching this, I think we can beat the $160 to $150 cost.
Okay. Thank you. Me too.
Roberto Lopez, I agree that, you have to make the building ADA compliant. I also remember,
Could you speak up, Ms. Lopez?
I also remember that Commissioner White had suggested that you use the Archer Community Center
Oh, boy.
as a city hall. Well, USDA is investigating now and looking at all the inspections and things in there to make sure that that building is being used for what it's supposed to be used for. I do not agree that you should even consider using Archer Community Center as City Hall. Because I'd like to know, since you've been here the longest, Commissioner White, why did you let this building get in this shape?
Oh, boy. Okay.
Madam Mayor, that is
Yeah.
no basis for the discussions and the
Not at
decisions
all.
we're making right now. Thank you.
Not at all.
I
Thank
said, Madam Mayor, that conversation has no basis for the decisions we're making this evening. Thank you.
No, it doesn't. Thank you. All right, so let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. All right, so looks like we're at agenda item 4, Martin Rochelle Learning Center. Fee waiver request for May 24th, 5 to 9 p.m. at the Archer Community Center for graduation. Is anyone here from the daycare?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. They do this every year, so I'm gonna make a motion to, waive the fee for that.
Yes, ma'am. So we have
Graduation.
we have a motion from Commissioner White, and we have a second from
Oh, I second.
Vice Mayor. All right, any discussion? No discussion? Public discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Please let her know that we did approve it. Agenda item 4 is ACPO fee waiver request for May 11th, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Maddox Park for the 44th Annual Culture Arts Festival. And I see ACPO. So y'all want to come up and say anything?
No, we just, Jesse Moses, president of ACPO. We just requesting a fee waiver on that, and that the city work with us in terms of providing, garbage cans. I think we usually do a big landfill thing with that. That's it. We're looking to have a number of entertainers there in terms of group is coming out of Jacksonville, and Dr. Richardson is coming with the DR band in terms of the performance. And we also look to have vendors and craft rooms and informational type setting in terms of the vendors at the event. So
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jesse, there's 2 bathrooms there, right? You think they're
that's
gonna be-
operational.
Yeah.
I hope
Well,
they
I don't
are.
know.
I
I
hope
mean-
they are. Didn't
I mean, is there 2 or is there
Right.
4? I don't know.
I think it's 4. Is it?
So my question is.
2 that are operational. I'm sorry. Okay.
Two in that building.
That's what I thought, they were just on this side.
It was 4 there that we made 2 operational. Am I correct? Okay.
There's 4 there?
Oh, yeah. But only 2 is operational.
You need that community center. So do we need to also either split the cost of, or have you get the porta potties? Because I don't think 2's gonna be enough for that crowd.
That's an idea.
Okay. I willing
I mean,
to. The
I'm
city-
willing to split it with him, and us get one and them get one, and then we'll have 4 bathrooms anyway.
Okay, so we're looking to get 2 additional porta potties.
You get one, we'll get one, yeah. You pay for one.
Okay, well, I'll contact Billy that usually does.
I have some concern about the number of people you expect over there without some kind of law enforcement over there?
Well, from my understanding, we are, of course, we're going to have a security team. Myself, Tishawn, a security out of Gainesville is going to provide the number of officers for that event for us.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, is it the same group that you had last year?
No,
Or
it's
you don't
going to be a different one. It's actually the guy that's actually running for the opposition commission in Gainesville, but he's over security company, and he does the security for the libraries in Gainesville and a number of different buildings there.
Okay. All right, Madam Mayor. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna make a motion to waive the fee for ACPO for the annual Mother's Day Festival.
With
The, yeah, you
The
get
addition
one,
of
we get one.
us
Potty.
porta potty.
parties.
Okay.
I second. I second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Vice Mayor. Any commissioner discussion?
I do have, Madam Mayor, Mr. Moses, just out of just conscientious concern, do you have the parking arrangements that you're going to line up for with your security company, where the cars are to park, cars, trucks,
Yes, sir.
18-wheelers, whatever,
Yes, sir.
We had some of the big boy trucks last year and stuff, and they were parking all on the streets, and I don't want you to have any of that kind of issue. And in the past, there was always the 2 acres on the front corners, what I was
Right.
speaking to. There are new owners there, so if you would, consider maybe contacting them and see if you need that for available
Yes, sir.
overflow parking, just
Okay.
as a suggestion. But unfortunately, I'm not involved in that anymore, so.
Yes, sir.
And that used to always seem to help, but it just.
Yes, it did.
You just have to have the additional insured, I'm sure, the same way we used to do it, but I don't want ASO giving you a hard time because parking starts overflowing into the streets with the
Okay.
success of an event. I mean,
Yes, sir.
it's out of your control if it's successful, but 500 people, 2 people per car, it's 100 cars, plus, where are they gonna go? So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, public discussion on the motion.
I just have one question. My expense thing again. If I heard right, there's 4 restrooms, but only 2 operational, and so now we're gonna get porta potties?
So he's, Commissioner
Mr. Hammond, would you
Hope is
correct?
saying no.
At Maddox Park, there are only 2 viable toilet restrooms, correct? There are not 4. There's always been just 2. The other part of the block building is the storage for the tables and
He's
chairs.
saying there's 4.
But I think it initially was, but I think they made it into storage.
Oh, okay. That's what I was gonna say.
No?
How y'all doing, Tommy? Easter Sunday, there were 4 operational bathrooms.
So it is 4.
There are 2 women and there are 2 men bathrooms. They do have a storage area
In the middle?
in the middle where they store their cones or whatever. But I do know there was now they only opened up 2.
Right.
Okay.
I guess, but there were 4 operational bathrooms as of Easter Sunday.
I think there's 2 on each side.
There's 2. There's
I think.
women on this side and the men on this side adjacent to each other. So there's 4 bathrooms, 2 for the men.
I stand corrected, I thought that was all storage now.
Huh?
You did, because I know at one time they was having a problem with it.
I was out
They
there
were,
with
but
Justin
we
on
had to
Saturday
do-
because we did some stuff out
Okay,
there.
so they-
I actually used both of them.
Okay.
I know they were.
So we might
Porta
go,
potty thing.
then need some,
Right.
not needed. Yeah, it's been.
So I amend my motion to do not include porta potties.
But did they fix the problem? Because I
Yes.
know,
But he said he used them.
Microphone.
I know, like last year, it was a problem with the piping or a problem with the pumping or something, and that's why we had to get the extra porta
It
potties.
was the drain field. We did
Right.
have work done on the drain fields.
So that's fixed, because I don't want them to get out there, have a big crowd, and like when they had that concert, they got stopped up, because then you'll be in a mess. So I just want to make sure they're all working when you have a full group of people out there like they expect.
I will check and make positive, but I'm sure, I'm almost positive I know we had work done on some of the drain fields, and I'm pretty sure that was one of them. If it's not, then I will make arrangements to have the porta potties stand
Yeah,
by.
because that's why we did it the other time, because it was some kind of drainage. When we had, I know when John P. Key was out there, that they had to bring in extra porta potties because they had a big crowd and part of the restrooms wasn't working. And I know we supposed to have got it fixed. I just want to make sure it's fixed before you have.
I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay.
Because I do remember that, but then something else happened, and that something else might have been the, festival last year where we ended up having to get, porta potties brought in. But, yeah, that sounds like, I think we
Just
did
like
get
Tommy
it
said,
done.
their option, we worked on them last year. That was the issue
That's
like
what
this
I
with the
thought.
field, and that's why we was limited till we got them. But after, that's when y'all came in and did the work on it, and
That's
that's
what
why
I
they're functional
The
now.
drain fields have been done within the last 6 months, I'm pretty
Yes,
sure.
Right.
so that's why they're functional now. But it always had been four, but we had closed
Right.
them down because
Okay.
I
of
just
the
want to make
system.
I thought
So
we
let's
needed
make it
storage.
contingent on city manager checking into it. If you have to have him, he'll get back with you.
Okay.
If there's not four there.
Amend your second.
I'm in my second.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments or questions on the motion? No? All right, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I see you there.
All right. I don't know if did it get added to the agenda in terms, I think you talked about it in terms of the
There's
youth
another.
dance on the Friday night.
Oh, no, you know what? That's probably what was.
That was the thing.
The extra.
Yes, that was the extra. We were looking to have a community dance for the youth.
Oh,
Yes.
what's the youth? 18 and under?
Yes.
Can I come dance?
Yes, you can come with some mother, like you're saying, it's a mother, you can come dance, and we're looking to have, some of the line people come as well. So we're looking for grown-ups and mothers to, and parents to be there as well. But, but it's a free event, we're gonna provide a pizza for them, and we're looking to try to use the community center and get a fee waiver on that, on the 10th, which is that Friday night, from 6 to 10.
Okay.
Well, we'll be closing down like at 9 o'clock.
Oh, I see.
So what age group are we saying now? You saying
13 to teenagers, but grown-ups are welcome to come and be a part of it. Their parents. Yes.
Jesse?
Yeah.
Is this the one I called Tamika about this?
Yes, that was the one. Right, that I did, and I got the paperwork in on it late in terms of that. But we had reserved the date earlier.
So 6 to 9, and then 10 is your cleanup?
Yeah, the cleanup on finish. I know we're advertising it, and
If
that's
you
what
make sure whoever is advertising that on Facebook changes the time frames on Facebook.
Okay, we can change that.
'Cause they've got it advertised as the dance is through 10 p.m.
Okay, so we can make that modification, no problem, city manager, for sure.
This says 10 p.m.
That's
Oh, that's
clean up.
work, yeah, I see.
That was for the cleanup from the 9 to 10 on there.
All right, so do we have a motion for this one, for the Friday night?
I'm gonna make a motion, it's 5 hours, so I'm gonna make a motion, we split the cost of this one.
Okay.
$150 each house. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make a motion that we split the cost of this event. And, it would be $150 for
Okay.
ACPO.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Boy, I tell you, y'all in these microphones, y'all.
I second. And I'm gonna give you a donation on it too.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Vice Mayor. Again. Any comments, questions on the dais?
Is this a free event?
Yes, it is, Commissioner Green.
That's nice. It's a free event. I guess I'll help you too.
Mayor, let me
Yes.
throw in, Calvin just sent me a text message, all 4 bathrooms are working.
Okay. Tell Calvin, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. You're on top of it.
All right, public discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none, let's go to vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Guess I see you 2 days in a row.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing that.
Yes, sir. All right, we are at public announcements. Any public announcements?
Good evening again, Bill Lewandowski, citizen.
Good evening. Good evening.
So, as you probably know, the City Commission is sponsoring Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
So just some brief things about the agenda. So at 10:00 hours, 10 a.m. for you civilians, we're going to have a tap ceremony at Laurel Hill Cemetery. So the idea would be taps, and Mr. Kosicki has told me he's out there, he's going to volunteer as cannon, so we're going to have a cannon salute along with that. And Commissioner Green, in her capacity as Reverend Green, will be given an invocation for that. So the idea is that we'll have the invocation, we'll have taps, we'll have the cannon salute, and then we will hand out flags to place on veterans' graves. In addition, I'll be putting out a Facebook post asking other citizens to let me know if there's other grave sites in the area. I know there's a cemetery right up the road. They can pick up their flags there at the same time. So they let me know how many flags they need. The city's already given me 100, which I have. Then we can be able to hand out flags for some of the satellite cemeteries, the other cemeteries and grave sites in the area. Okay, so that's that part. The city also is going to provide water, because it gets kind of hot in the morning sometimes. At 1700 hours, 5 p.m. for you civilians, we're going to have the actual ceremony at the Archer Community Center. So that will start off with something called a retreat ceremony. A retreat ceremony is a traditional end of the duty day for military posts around the world. It starts off with a bugle call called retreat, followed by a cannon, and then there's 2 to colors where the flag is lowered. Mr. Kosicki's have provided a cannon for that. I'm getting the bugle, and I've asked both National Guard Armory and the University of Florida ROTC department to help out with the retreat ceremony. After that is over, I'm then asking for the City Commission to place a wreath at that memorial plaque that's by the flag right after that. So after that's over, we'll go inside into the community center where we'll have the national anthem. Mayor Bailey has really reached out to Buckholz High School.
Buchholz.
Thank you, Buchholz High School, to provide the high school ROTC to help us with the national anthem. The Methodist Church says that they have someone who can do the national anthem. I don't know this individual, but I guess it's a young person. I guess they sing very nicely, so we'll have that. Mayor Bailey will give some remarks, hopefully. And then what we want to do this time is, instead of having a lot of speeches, is we want the community to come out and to speak about their loved ones or friends who've either died in service, given their lives in service, or who have passed away as a result of service-connected illness or injuries. We want this to be a celebration of life for our heroes. Hopefully they'll bring some pictures. We can put pictures out along the walls. The city's going to provide refreshments for that. And also the library has told me they're going to provide a table for young folks to have some activities during this. We're still flushing out some of the details. I still need to have a minister to do the closing invocation. Somebody has suggested I reach out to the Baptist Church, to Reverend Fox, so I'll do that tomorrow. And also I'm looking for somebody to sing America the Beautiful to close it off.
Don't look at me.
Everybody said you were great, Joni, so I mean, and it's not as hard as the national anthem. Okay, yeah, there you go.
He doesn't know how I sing.
Yeah.
Mayor Bailey sings.
There you go.
There she goes.
There you go. So
I'm
that's
already
kind
doing,
of.
the greeting.
Any-pearl purpose doing
Yeah.
which is given what is required.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's it in a nutshell for the ceremonies, and I'll be putting out some Facebook posts, let the community know what's going on. We're opening up for anybody else who wants to do anything else. Mayor Barely has sent an email to the principal at the high school, at the elementary school, to see if they want to participate in this event. If any of the churches want to have their choirs come sing or do any type of presentation at all, that's great. The idea is for this to be a community-based celebration of life for our heroes. That's the idea.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
I love it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, do you have, or do you intend to have like a flyer of the itinerary?
Correct.
And the agenda
Yes, sir.
That's available that we can, just send to the city? Are you going to create it?
I'm going to create it, yes.
And then send it to the city?
Correct,
So we
yes.
can get a print off and get
Yes.
it to the churches and
Yes.
the community? I'm glad to help with that if I just have that.
Thank you, yeah. So what I want to do is get some, before we create the flyer, I'm going to put out the Facebook post to see if there's any other interest in doing something so we can finalize the agenda. My goal is to have, within the next 2 weeks, lock this down.
So we can create
Correct.
with the itinerary.
That's right, yeah. I'm a little bit behind the power curve on this, but I think we can still pull this together without a
I
problem.
think so too.
I think our JCC would be great helping with the,
I know,
flags.
and that is a good idea, and as he said, I did reach out to, Ms. Hartwell. The next day, I think it was, I reached out to her. I haven't heard back, so I'll reach out again.
Perfect.
I'll get with JCC.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? No more announcements. We're gonna move to public comment. Please state your name when you come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Tanya Dean, concerned homeowner. I have 2 points to make. One is on Monday, August the 28th of last year, a massive fire raged at a concrete plant in Florida. At the Cemex plant near Sweetwater, it took 18 units to respond to the scene, including aerial trucks. Do we have those resources to fight a fire like this? My second point is Commissioner Fletcher Hope has strong ties to the foundry, and it's my understanding that the planning department or the planning commission will give approval or whatever, and then it will come back to commission and be voted on. This to me would represent a conflict of interest, even though it has been sold. I believe in the interest of full transparency, he should recuse himself from that vote. Thank you.
Okay, so.
I have no personal annulment
That's what I thought.
now or in the future for anything that happens to that property. I and my wife were the previous owners, but we no longer have any ties or connections to any of that, nor do we have any access to that property or its future use. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will not recuse myself.
And for purposes of this commission today, just so that we all know, this will be coming back before you in a quasi-judicial proceeding, so the public may make comment on it, but I would advise that the commission not have any responses until we get to our public hearing.
Okay, so.
But I generally agree with your analysis on the recusal.
So, did you all understand what the attorney was just advising us? Because this is coming back before us and it is a quasi-judicial case before us, she is advising us to not respond on this issue because it has not come yet.
Can you explain a little bit of the issue? I heard some, but I didn't really get it.
That she was saying, she stated about a concrete plant exploding or catching fire, and number of, I guess, units it took to put the fire out, and if that is what happens here at the foundry, that Commissioner Hope have direct ties, and that she think he should recuse himself. He does not any longer have anything to do with it. They sold it, so it's out of his hands.
Do we have enough resources if we have that fire?
The resources.
Yeah, right.
Hi.
Hi.
Edward and Jamie Peacock. We are just here because we own a little piece of property, 16725 Southwest 134th Avenue. And for a minute, the city of Archer has had a lien that has been recorded in the Alachua County. And obviously, we do not wish to sell, but a realtor has brought it forefront. So we're supposed to be on the agenda to confront about the issue. It's not, it was due to code violation, but we had purchased the property in that state and was given 30 days by the magistrate to comply, and we came in compliance and got our compliance letter, but there is still a lien. And it's in Amanda Peacock, our daughter's name.
Okay.
On that property.
And you said you were supposed to be on the agenda?
That's what we were told when I called 4:30 today, that we were supposed to be on the agenda.
Okay.
So a couple of things. Our agenda today, our agenda went out last week, I believe. So you wouldn't have been able to be on the agenda. If you have a copy of that compliance letter, I can give you my card. If you can email that to me, then I can get with the city manager and we'll work to get that taken off of the property.
Okay, thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Lewandowski, citizen. So last month, I made a suggestion to the commission that we reopen the zoning, in particular as it relates to industry. So just to do a quick recap, in 2020, when, I think actually it was in August 2020, when the current zoning ordinances were passed, that was all done before the comprehensive plan was done. And really, that's backwards. It should be the other way. I think there were some compelling reasons why the commission thought you had to do that. But I think if you follow Facebook, if you look around town, you know that there are some issues in terms of where industry's at. And frankly, when I was listening to the planning commission, some of the planning commissioners didn't even know where some of the industry zones are at. So I think it's time to have that conversation, and I really would like, I know you can't put on the agenda now, but I really would like to see that put on the agenda, voted on, in terms of opening this back up and having some community workshops so the citizens really understand what industry is already designated by right. Because people just don't know. And
Correct.
It's only a matter of time before something gets put up there and people start doing the funky chicken. On what's going on, and they would have you can always make the argument that they should know, but you know how that goes.
Right.
And I think that this thing with the batch plant has really brought that to the forefront. And so I really would like to push you and urge you to open this up for discussion. I mean, it's really time to relook at our zoning ordinances on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did bring this up last month too, didn't I?
I think
That we need
you, yeah.
to look at it. We do need to look at it. So, can we put it?
We can,
Put it on the agenda?
for the next one.
Yeah, so we can start planning.
Oh, hi.
Lori Costello, citizen. So I just heard some interesting thing about a batch plant blowing up or something. The fire hydrants, several fire hydrants around the city are out of order. When are we looking to get them repaired? Also, I have been emailing the city manager and the attorney. The attorney's been working on whether it's a resolution or ordinance to allow manufactured homes in R2. This has been out there for 2 years. I'd like to know where we are at with that. It's been 2 years and nobody has answered me. That's a long time. Also, why do we have Christmas lights still up in April? Public Works started to take them down in December. This is 4 months later. Also, please, the tree trimming down at Wilson Robertson Park needs done so bad, and the community center. I did see one tree trimmed at the community center and at Wilson Park, but there are many more that need to be trimmed. Please. When I was up here before about the consent agenda, I forgot, but there was some corrections on the minutes. Under the manager's report, he has that the sidewalks were clean on 139th Avenue. We do not have sidewalks on 139th Avenue. Also, there needs to be a comma after eating. So, who will be answering my question about what's taking so long and what is the holdup on the manufactured homes in the R2?
Danielle and I will get together with Tony and see where that is. There are some projects that have been pending for a little while, and with the transition from Mr. Martin to Danielle and I, there are some things that have been pending for a while that sort of fell off the radar, so we'll check up on that.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been 2 years. All right, thank you so much.
You are too much. Thank you.
Hello,
Hi.
Charles Tufano, resident, and I hope I don't totally butcher Mr. Lundowski. My question is, he's got a super idea about bringing up the review of the industrial zone. How do we get that, like, hammered down? Can you folks make a motion tonight, now?
To
put that on?
We already said, we already put that on the agenda to go back and look at it.
Okay, so it's not a motion to do that.
No, we just,
Asking the manager to do it, and I have no doubt he'll do it.
Okay, because several meetings ago, we were supposed to get an update about the community center here and that termite thing and all the money we're spending, and Mr. Fletcher Hope gave us a lot of information and his frustration. Did we ever resolve that?
That's part of the manager's report this evening, I think.
Is it?
Senior manager's
Okay.
report.
I'll look at it. I didn't see that. I only have the copy of tonight's. Okay, thank you. I will check that. Appreciate it. And the last thing I would just like address, again, I understand there's a lot of talk about this concrete batch plant, but an excerpt, page 2 from the documents that were issued at that meeting. I just want to go through and just make sure and reiterate, I think Mr. Ledusky made a very good point that night, was that the Planning and Zoning Board, in addition to, I believe, the city commissioners, for them to find and approve a conditional use permit, there are 5 requirements that must be met. And 3 of those requirements are: conditional use will not interfere or adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. Proposed conditional use will not adversely affect or contribute to the deterioration of quality of life, property values in the immediate neighborhood. And thirdly, the proposed use is consistent with the character of an existing land use patterns in the surrounding areas. So I just want to keep reminding everybody of what we're talking about voting on and whether we can satisfy those 3 of the 5. I believe the other 2 are basically, related to codes. Thank you for your time.
thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Kay Wiggins, resident of Archer, Florida. I come before you representing the Archer softball team, unbothered softball team. Last summer, we played, softball games at the park, at the Maddox Park. We're attempting to do that again this summer. So I guess my question to you guys is, I want to know what protocol is for us to be able to host these games on Sundays. And were there any past issues this past Easter Sunday with us being down there, you know, playing ball? And if there are any issues, I would like to address or answer whatever questions you guys may have.
Oh, you're so sweet. I love you. I don't know of any issues.
Okay.
I did come through. The only thing that I saw and I wasn't sure about was that there were vendors. And I know we talked about they needed to go through City Hall and do the peddler's application. But that was the only thing that I saw. But everybody was having fun and cordial, and yeah.
Okay, so if there's no issues, then I need to find out what we need to do as a team as far as scheduling. I don't know if y'all need a schedule for us to be able to schedule the park on Sundays for our games. Is there going to be a cost to us, or how does that work?
Usually, if you want it to be exclusively for you and your team and what you're doing, yes, you are supposed to schedule it. But with it being a public park, it's first come, first serve.
Okay.
The only thing again is if you're gonna have vendors, they have to do the paperwork. Yeah, but now, I don't know how everybody else feel about it, but that's what it is.
Okay.
Problem is, if you don't schedule it and somebody else does and you want to go out there and play, they've got the park reserved and you can't go over there.
So let me ask you this, is the park, reserving the park different from reserving a pavilion out there? Or is it when you reserve the park, you reserve
Depends
the
on what they
whole
want.
park?
They can do one or both. They can reserve just the pavilion or they can reserve the park.
Okay.
It just depends on what they, what kind of activity they want to do.
Okay, so let me ask the other question. Bathrooms, when we're out there, who do we need to see or notify about having those available to us?
They should be
Those
open.
bathrooms should be open on the weekends.
On the weekends, okay.
Yeah, all of our bathrooms should be open from sunrise to sunset.
Okay.
But that's where the scheduling helps out, because
Right.
if, you needed it from 8 in the morning to 4, you certainly want the bathrooms open then, or what, I mean,
yes.
so the scheduling with the ball
Okay.
field would
Do you have a
be
certificate?
relevant.
Someone said they were open, that's how he said there was 4 working.
I
The
know,
bathrooms
but-
are set schedule.
But just for safety, well-being, and what's going on at the park, if Kay's got her schedule lined up and that the ball games are going,
Then
then
you know to have
the
them.
rest of the public out there, if they want to know what's going on in the park, it's, the city has knowledge of that.
I'm just saying, the bathrooms are open from 8 to 8.
8 to 8, okay.
said last year in the
8 to 7.
And again,
I know
I'm thinking of last year, and then if somebody wants the pavilion and the softball team doesn't need that, there could be a birthday party going on,
Right.
and it's all good, pull the barbecue grill up there and under the pavilion for their kiddie birthday or whatever, as long as y'all know that that's going
Right.
on. I mean, because y'all, as a courtesy, I think you all should know that as well.
Right.
Softball game's going on here, birthday party, softball game's going on over here, and everybody's one big happy family.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the bathrooms are the biggest issue. I mean,
I'm not asking for myself, because I don't cook and sell nothing. I just, my name is Ellen.
and dance a lot.
And dance a lot.
I mean,
So for the vendors that, out there now, well, we want to be back, so we come through you guys to get the application for
Through
them?
City Hall.
City
Go
Hall.
through City Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
When is a good time to come to you and how far in advance?
Monday through Thursday from 7 to 6 in the evening.
Okay. And
Up, here come Tanja, she gonna tell you.
That's who you need to see right there.
I just wanted to say that Ms. Kay and Mr. Hemphill do call when they're going to be needing the park for the games. I also wanted to say that it was rumors going around that they had left the park a mess when they didn't. They had raked up and everything like that. There were rumors going around that they had a block party, but they didn't. So, but they do call. Sandra K, my girl. They do call every time they want to use the park they do that. And I did explain to her when she called on Monday, because it was stuff swirling around about they had a block party when all y'all know Annabelle Studemeyer, she went to the game. If she said it was nice and it wasn't no block party out there, you know it wasn't. So
It was nice
She
when I
came to pay
went.
her bill and she said the game was nice. She said some other people started coming, they left. I just wanted to clear that up, but they do call. So when she called on Monday, I think it
So
was.
that's the leading question.
Yes,
'Cause
yes.
it was
Yes.
nice. I enjoyed
Yes,
my time.
that's what everybody else told me. So where that came from, about the park was left a mess and all of that.
I don't know.
And so I did let her know on Monday that if they're going to be vendors, that the vendors need to come up and get the peddler's permit. So they know that now. So they're going to send the vendors up for their. But whatever went on, that the park was supposed to be left a mess, that was not them.
And I want to say to you guys also, even from last year, Kay, and where's Tommy? Where Tommy went to?
I'm back here.
Oh, okay. I want to say to you guys, thank you, because I have never went back to that park on the next day, the following day, and it was a mess. And as a matter of fact, even when I went on Sunday, it wasn't a mess, even with the people there. It was not messy at all. So somebody is taking initiative to make sure it's clean. So thank y'all.
Well, one thing about a lie, it loves to be told. They don't care who tell it. They just want to be told. But anyway, Mr. Hammond.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we need to call you to make an appointment?
For the paperwork?
Application?
For the paperwork?
No, ma'am, just come in and see
Just come
Tangy.
in
Yes,
and-
ma'am.
So where's your office?
Go see Tangy,
Right
yeah.
beyond
Right in this building?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right beyond Tangy's.
Okay, we'll make sure that they do.
Are you asking for the vendors?
Vendors, right.
I think the individual vendors have to do that.
I know that.
That's what she's saying.
Pass on the
Yeah.
information to them. I already told you I don't cook, but I'm gonna pass it on to the yeah.
One other question, on Sundays, like when we call and give you the schedule for the games, trash cans. Can they bring
There's
them
not
in?
any out there?
I don't know.
It should
There
be.
should be 4 or 5 out there.
I was gonna get to that.
Come and speak on that. I don't see it.
We asked for, myself, Durrani, and Ricky went out there. On Saturday, we actually went out there and drug the field. We chalked the field. We used our own funds to chalk the field and get the field correct. We even had to use our own funds to go to get cleaning supplies to clean the restrooms and to put toilet paper inside of the restrooms that weren't prepared. We asked for extra trash cans to be put out there so people can, and that didn't happen also. And so my question would be, who's in charge of that? To make sure the field is prepared, is that on us?
We do not prepare that field. We don't utilize that field. So if you're going to prepare it, it needs to be done by you.
Okay.
The only ones that we do are the main fields over here at Wilson Robinson Park.
Okay, so that's why that field.
It's a city
We just
park.
don't use it.
Yeah, it is a city park, so we should be doing it, because any park that belongs to the city is supposed to be
That's my
maintained by
question
the
is this
city.
then, if we got to use our money to fix the park, then why do we need to come to see y'all for the vendors?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
The person that normally takes care of the bathrooms and all was out of town. I believe you talked to him.
I did,
And
and
he
I,
was on the schedule to be out of town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Normally, that's taken care of. It is
The
normally
bathroom.
taken care of.
can I say something, ma'am? I don't know if you've been in those bathrooms lately.
No,
There's mold on the sink. There's mildew around the sinks and stuff. You would not even turn the water faucet
I'll
on
go look
or
at
touch
that
that. I would ask y'all to please go and look at that.
I will go take a look at them.
The few times I have got the park, I've gotten people, hey, here's some bleach, here's some stuff, and we took care of it because my mother wants to use that restroom. I'm gonna make sure she can go in there and be, and that's the mind frame. And also, again, on the parks, I mean, you take care of that part, but it's a city park. You're asking us to adhere to the rules of the park, but yet we're the
I'm
ones
gonna try
that.
to answer that.
So if that's the case,
I'm gonna
we
try
got-
to answer it.
okay.
I feel you.
Our recreation department, we have, that's what we have, is baseball.
Yes, ma'am.
They use those fields. That's why they're maintained.
Okay.
Nobody uses those fields as far as the city.
Yes, ma'am.
If we rent out these parks, they rent for a large amount
I understand.
because they do have to be taken care of. So my thing is, if we're gonna take care of those, then we're gonna have to rent them. But how you gonna rent it and it not enclosed? So the park is maintained. I've just told Tony, get with Scott on that. And,
Because
but to say maintain the field too, that would be a little bit unfair. Because we're gonna be maintaining a field
that you own.
that we own,
There you
however,
go. That's for the citizens.
it's for the citizens, and I agree. However, we rent out the others. We won't, they're locked up, they're not allowed to be used. They're only rented because we have to pay to maintain them. We pay somebody to maintain them.
And just one more thing. I know y'all do the food drive on Tuesdays there at the park. Do a great job. The extra boxes and stuff that are there, they burn them right there between the restrooms. We got to come out there and rake sand and stuff. Our children are running up and that should not be. Now, I don't know what the protocol is to make sure that the dump is 2 miles up the road. I don't know how much that costs, but how would you feel if a public official happened to come by the park and they went to use the restroom and they got to walk over debris that our city officials, our workers, burned right there and left it right there?
Blame it on us.
I'm just asking y'all just look into that
I
because,
believe we've already addressed that one time, Tony, about burning at that field.
ma'am, I would love for you to just go up there right now.
I
and you'll
haven't
see
been
it.
there in a couple of weeks, a few weeks, but
And please, you all, I would ask you all if you have time on Sundays, that way it's not hearsay, please come out and enjoy it. See for yourself. Get some good food.
I haven't heard anything bad.
I had neither until tonight.
But thank you all, I appreciate your time. I know it's longer than 3 weeks.
Hold up.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you guys do the application and stuff for the field, when you're doing
ma'am.
your schedules,
Yes, ma'am.
then you can say how many garbage cans you need and stuff. Yeah, because, yeah, but he said extra.
Right, so you all need more than 4.
Well, one other question is this. Do they belong to the city of Archer? Do they belong to the residents?
Oh, so
You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna pull, I don't know.
Right, no, my point, I'm sorry.
You need them on
my
my phone.
Yeah, so
Yes.
Okay.
if it's somewhere that we know we can grab them and put them back, that's okay.
I was gonna
Like your
ask,
sister trash can.
I was gonna, well, she'll say something for serious.
Exactly.
You know, she is not gonna keep quiet. But, cause I would say something there, mine too, because I use mine, but, mine are full, but to pick them up. But no, I was gonna ask Mr. Hammer, because I know, after the event, that there were, it probably wasn't the day after,
Yes, ma'am.
but I noticed there were 4 side the road to be dumped. So I don't know, that's why I was about to ask how many are on the park, because there is 4. You don't think all those 4 was on the park?
Ma'am, the only one I'm aware of is the one that was up under the pavilion.
So you only saw 1.
And Madam Mayor,
So those are 2 cities as well? So that's 3.
if they're not labeled
Yeah, but there's usually
trash
4 from the
cans,
park.
he wouldn't know whether it was the
Right.
neighbors or
Right.
mine pushed down
Right.
from right here, unless it
So-
says
But most of the
Public
neighbors,
Park trash can.
most of the neighbors on the right at their house.
I wouldn't touch a trash can.
Yeah, no, no.
No.
So Commissioner Holt,
Obviously right there.
no, I think these are, no, the reason why I ask if I can finish, because I think the city workers put these out. That's why I'm asking you all how many was actually on the park, because these are 4 trash cans that are lined up, and they were maybe like 2 or 3 days later. So I was thinking the city workers put those out to be, so I thought all 4 of them come off the park. That's why I was
They put them out
asking
on,
that.
that first street behind the park, that's where they put them at.
Yeah.
Along the fence line.
Okay.
On,
There were There were either 4 or 5 the other day
Right.
when I went by.
Right. That's why I was asking. How many do y'all have out there?
I doubt they're labeled, but I'll talk to Calvin about that. And they
Thank
should be underneath the pavilion after they pick them up.
Right,
Yeah.
because I think that's the only reason he's speaking. He need to know which ones belong to the park,
Right.
so he can use those. Correct?
That is
That's
correct.
it.
That's it.
All right,
Simple.
thank you so
Thank y'all
much.
so much. Appreciate it.
But do y'all already have the schedule, like how many Sundays you're gonna be using the park?
I don't have it quite yet, but I'll get with, Coach Netil Wednesday when we have practice out there, and we'll get a schedule to you guys.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before we,
Schedule ahead of time, we can get it.
Question,
You got
can
it.
we get more
More what?
cans, garbage cans?
Yeah, but, yeah.
Okay.
We,
I understand that. I'm just saying in terms of more, because I talked about the festival. But the other thing was like he was talking about that trash, even in front of the pavilion where the trucks come along. The maintenance guys been nice enough to, like you're saying, flatten it for us in terms of where we have the, right there in front of the pavilion with the trucks, because it just leaves big ruts there. Is there any way we can get something done initially right in front of the pavilion?
what do you mean, what do you,
Where the
okay.
cars come through?
What are you talking about now?
He was saying that it needs to be mowed in front of the pavilion, that it to be
Flat,
straight.
because all this got is ruts, and when the people come up there, it's like the water cells and everything in front of the
Oh, you mean
pavilion.
from when they pick up the food?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I think I done caught up now mentally.
it still creates
Okay.
ruts.
Okay,
It still creates ruts in front of where they poured the concrete from the cars.
Yes.
okay.
We're,
All right.
we're likely to check it.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, before we leave that subject, Mr. Hammond, if you're making notes to self about the back street on the Public Works part, Haddock's part, this, and I did not address this, but if you just make a note, and I don't know if they saw it or not, but the Great American Cleanup, that street, right where the fence is, and the entrance to the park, there was bubbling water from a pipe leak. Did y'all notice that Sunday when you, it's not bad, but it's just, there's definitely a pipe leak, and that was from the Great American Cleanup. I noticed it. My fault, I'm sorry that I hadn't reported that, but would you have them check, since we're checking on trash cans?
Yeah, because they've already been out and repaired one already.
Okay, on the backside?
Yeah.
Since the Great American
Yeah.
Cleanup, okay. And,
I mean, if
but
there's
I don't know
another
if
one
they
out
saw
there,
it.
then it's busted again.
Okay. Did y'all notice that on the backside Sunday? It's not that bad, it's not creating a flood, but it's just a little, the grass is real green right there. It's- So I don't know if it's just broke again or if it's another one, but forget to have them check that while they're labeling trash cans, park trash cans or whatever. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm through.
Any other public comments? I think I got one more question. As far as the restrooms go,
Come to the mic where they can record.
Kay Wiggins, as far as the restroom goes, are we gonna have to, I know you say you're not gonna do anything with the field itself, you will mow the grass. So are we gonna have to provide toilet tissue?
No,
The
ma'am.
city will do that,
No,
y'all will
we'll
make sure
take care of
that's
it.
in and clean it,
And
okay?
if you get there and it's not done,
Yes, sir.
call somebody, we'll get taken care of.
All right.
That's what the schedule will do, Kay.
Okay, right, exactly. Right, they'll know they need to be done. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Can I just think, just one, because it was what more? Yeah, what, I believe it's a liability for citizen to mow the field, public they're not mowing? Oh, okay, all right. Then,
Oh, we have done it before, but we did not do it for Easter Sunday.
so,
Can I?
oh, okay, but you guys mow it, right? Okay, thank you.
So, yes, but we take care of the infield, which you have to drag the field and stuff like that. So is that going to be a problem?
No, as long as you're using your equipment, your time and everything, then there's no problem. Am I correct?
I'm sorry.
The city park, there's still total liability on,
There's no-
because of the public
yeah.
park.
That's what I'm saying, is there a liability if they're just doing the part?
There's liability associated with everything.
Okay. So, he can sue us if he falls down, lying in the field.
I was gonna do that tomorrow.
Commissioner Hope,
I'm gonna be watching you.
Calvin said that water leak is already fixed.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So I just want to clarify that to make sure.
Okay, my question
Maybe that's
is,
an issue
why
for
public
another day or
works
something.
can't drag?
Mr. Tommy, what's your last name?
Why
Hemp
public
Hill.
works can't drag?
Hempill, Tommy Hempill.
Have you?
Sir.
I have to tell you, but, he can, but it's not used.
Citizens' comments,
But
right?
it is now.
Okay.
Could you speak up, Ms.?
Oh my goodness. You're the only one who can hear me.
No, with the
I'm
mask.
just kidding. I'm not taking
it
my mask
muffles-
off because I'm
I'm not asking you
scared.
that, I'm just saying the mask muffles to where, if you'd speak up a little bit, please. Thank you. The sign says that right there on the podium. Thank you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
They'll be free and talk to me.
He always do that to me every time I come up here. Speak up. I thought I had a real loud voice. Well, anyway, this past week, Mr. Hammond, you did get some pictures from my son. He was walking on 131st and 176, and there's a tree on the corner. And once before, a great big limb fell off. They came. Now another one has fallen off. They cut that one off. Then there's one left that's hanging back over the road, and it's going to fall again. I'm just glad it did not fall on my son. I have sent many questions to the mayor and to Mr. Hammond, and actually asked them to answer my questions, and oh yes. And I got no answers, and I don't understand that. I really don't.
I have no
Because they're
questions.
simple.
Continue.
There are simple questions. I never get anything from you on my email, never. And I don't quite understand it. The only other thing that I wanted to ask was about the coverall. Is coverall contract ended? Because we have 2 cleanup people. And they were getting paid at the same time in January and February. So, Mr. Hammond, did coverall contract end?
Did it what?
End. E-N-D.
Yes, it ended.
And do you know when?
No, I don't.
Is it any way that you can find out and let me know? Is this a
Sure.
public information request?
And you've had the contract sent you many times, and you know when it ends too, but I'll go back and look at it for you and
Guess
send
what?
it to you.
Guess what? You're not supposed to pay 2 people at the same time who's supposed to be doing the same job. That is not right. Our money is being misused, and that is not correct. So, anyway, I'm asking for public records, and I would like to know when that contract ended. And I'd like to know also, did Ms. Roxanne and did Mr., the coverall people get paid at the same time, and how much? Because it's not right. And I heard that coverall ended the end of March. But they've been getting paid since we had a new person. That new person also supposed to have a job description. Every employee should have a job description. She's listed as an employee with FICA coming out, Medicare coming out, and all of that. So I'm saying that this new person, from what I heard, she's using coverall's contract. Even though she's supposed to be contractual, but if you look at her form, she is not contractual. So everybody should have a job description so you know what they're doing, what they're getting paid, etc.
Thank you. So, the last time I had email and questions from Ms. Lopez was before our town hall meeting, so I have no idea what she's talking about. She and others like to act as if they are sending all these elaborate emails, I do respond to mine, and especially if they are directly to me. So I just searched and I don't have any emails from her. So there you are. All right, so I'm really not sure what she's talking about right now. Thank you. This mine?
Yeah, that's what you gave me when you
Oh,
went to the
okay.
restaurant.
Okay, my bad. All right, planning calendar. Did we go over the planning calendar? Not yet? Okay, planning.
Item A, Joint Board of County Commissioners and City Commission meeting on Monday, April the 15th at 6 p.m. Archer Community Center. Item B, City Commission meeting on Monday, May the 13th at 6 p.m. City Hall.
Thank you.
The 15th.
13th, May 13th. Wait, April 15th is the board meeting. And then, which meeting were you talking about?
Both of them.
So the joint meeting is next Monday. Yeah, next Monday.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I could add just to the calendar, just because of our dynamic of charter schools, yes or no, and our resolution we just signed, the next League of Cities is being hosted by Newberry on the 23rd of this month. And I'm not trying to put you against the wall, Mr. Hamp, but I just have it on my calendar, and I think it's 6 p.m., and
Correct.
the place, I understand, is Newberry City Hall.
Correct.
But sometimes they move it and host it at
Right.
what is the ball field going north? Help me out. Huh? The
I
archery
know what you're
building.
talking about.
The last two
Yeah.
But the last two have been at City Hall.
has been at City Hall.
Okay, and I just, for the community's sake, not that you want to go to a League of Cities, but it would be interesting, it'll be interesting to hear the conversations and the itinerary with our relationship now with Newberry. So that's on the 23rd, 6 p.m. City Hall. Yes, ma'am.
It's a sports complex, whatever it is.
Yeah, I can't think.
I hate that because I can remember it all the time.
Monday is it 6 and 7?
That's terrible. All I can think of is the archery,
The meeting.
Easton
Complex.
Easton Complex, but I'm not sure where it's going to be. Sometimes it's hosted there. But right now, just because of our dynamic with the resolution, Madam Mayor, I'm certainly going to participate and attend. And I will say that MTPO reorganization is going to be an agenda item to be explained by the Executive Administrator of North Central Florida Planning Council, Scott Coons. I told him he had less than 5 minutes because he talks more than me, but he's going to share that because it's to our advantage with the new reorganization that will be effective, I think, June or July. It has, if it has gubernatorial approval.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to old business. We have one item, resolution number 2024-08, agreement between the city and Pyrotechnical Fireworks, Inc. for a fireworks display on July 6th. Did you get the dates and the times?
Can I take a picture?
Yes, you can. Okay.
This is the same agreement that was presented last month that you had some questions on. The attorney has gotten some clarifications on some of the issues that you did have some concerns over. If you want to bring your particular issues back up, we can discuss those at this point. I know Commissioner White had a couple of questions that she was concerned about.
$83.50. $8,350 if we have a hurricane and we have to reschedule.
What did you find out?
So what we found out from them was that is a correct they had indicated that there was something that they had sent us previously, so there was a previous version of a contract that they had sent us that they said was maybe not the updated numbers, so they made sure that they sent us the updated numbers this time for this contract. And so that is the correct number. So that's the deposit of $8,350 due March 15th, final balance, then 10 days from the display date. And I believe the display date is July 6th. So 10 days before July 6th would be the remainder. And they did indicate that there is a... I'm trying to find, I had it highlighted on my other copy, but now I've lost it to show you.
$8,350 is if we choose not to reschedule the event.
That's the way I understood that. If we say, no, we don't want to reschedule, hurricane
Or
comes,
we don't agree to a mutually exclusive date.
new scheduled date.
So, yeah. I mean, it's
Correct.
going to be an agreement between the two of us.
Correct.
It's
Yeah,
probably
but hopefully
not,
we
but-
go.
Yes, so that's where it was. So if the show is rescheduled is when you remit an additional payment. So if you go ahead and look at the third, I guess it's technically the fourth paragraph, but the 2645 is bolded and underlined in there for you. So that's if you have to reschedule after they've already done a certain amount of work, and then 6720 if the show is rescheduled after the truck leaves the facility. So prior to the truck leaving the facility and after the truck leaving the facility, there are additional rescheduling expenses. That is,
That's if they have already departed their facility with the fireworks on their facility, on their
Right.
truck.
Coming
And
here.
the employees are already working.
Mhm.
If we reschedule while they're en route to us,
Right.
there's gonna be an additional charge to reschedule them.
Well, according to this, there's going to be an additional charge to reschedule, Tony, if they haven't even left the facility.
that is correct. There's 2645 if you reschedule prior to them leaving, and 6720 if you reschedule afterwards.
Okay, and, yeah.
The main concern,
So, I'm sorry.
the main concern we were worried about.
Microphone.
Sorry, I'm so loud in you. Because one of the main concerns we were worried about is the weather. But that time of morning or a couple of days before, we should know kind of what the weather is looking like. I mean,
We
So-
want to know before that week, though.
right. I mean, you can kind of tell what the weather's going to be. So that was one issue I was having. But when I thought about it, I said, well, they should know 24 hours prior to, 3 days prior to, if we're going to have, or they even kind of think that we're going to have bad weather. So,
And I was going
But
to say
even if we notify them, I mean, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No,
But if we notify them, we're still going to be charged $26.40
if we change.
if we have to
change it
change
after
the schedule.
And that's just changing in.
time,
Exactly.
same day. If they're on-
And if it's after, if we have an emergency.
It's the date. It's more of the date, of the date.
Is rescheduled prior
Here I
to,
am.
prior to your truck leaving the facility.
Right.
Okay, I see, I see.
Right. So let's say you bringing a load to my house, but I wait for you to leave before I
Right.
call and tell you, I ain't gonna be there.
I see, yeah, I see it now, I see it now.
So essentially, the explanation that, from my understanding, is that the 2645 is for them to hold an additional date. So if we decide that we want to move forward with them, and in a month we decide actually no, we want to move forward with a different date, it's 2645, so that they hold another date when they've already held this date for us.
Right.
Can I ask the question somebody could answer for me? We have 2,000 people in their vehicles, popcorn, soda, whatever, waiting for the event. And that Liable Pyrotechnical Fireworks Incorporated company team has to cancel because of safety and well-being, what do we pay?
If they cancel.
I understand if we delay it an hour because we have one of those huge storms and it blows over, they're good, they've protected the stuff. But if that team in their truck, outside their truck now, is set up, and they have to call the shot, and we have all our people explaining, no show tonight because of the weather, and everybody's leaving, and they call the shot, what does it cost us for that?
We talked about that.
So both of those appear to be the same cost. So if you take a look at that paragraph that we're looking at that has the 2645, if you look at the top, it says that they and we agree that inclement weather may prevent the performance of the display on the date, and that you will agree to a mutually convenient alternate date within 3 months if that is the case. And then it goes on to say if the show is rescheduled. So that means that it doesn't say who reschedules the show. If they determine that inclement weather makes it unsafe for them to perform their duties, then that's a rescheduling, and it's still the 2645 or the 6720 depending on the timing.
On top of $16,500.
But we do get a grant or something for some of this?
10,000, I think.
We have a
10,000
$10,000 amount coming from the county to pay for a portion of this.
Yeah, so we're looking at 16,000.
Now we're looking at 6.
You're looking at 6 and that
Our portion would be 6.
6,000, okay.
The county is doing, the county does a $10,000 community event grant every year to draw in people from outside of the community or outside of the county for different types of events. And I have asked them about that, and they said this is qualifying for that particular $10,000. All I have to do is submit the application for it.
Okay. And then we will make some extra money off it.
Off the vendors.
Off the vendors.
The craft and food vendors.
I was kind of talking to a friend of mine about doing a car show too. So that should bring in extra people with extra vendors to see if we can do like a car show.
There's room out there for it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Johnny McNeil who do a lot of the antique cars and hopefully can bring more vendors. Because the more people, the car show will bring people with some more vendors. Because I know the one I went to in Newberry was packed that day.
Car show.
It was a car show, antique cars, and they had a barbecue cook-off that day also. It was packed. People from time you heading into Newberry Pass, like you're going like I said, they had a great crowd. And if we can market it kind of like that, I think we can get more vendors. And I don't know, I'm supposed to call him back to see how the car show works. Do you just show up with your cars and people just look at them? Do you charge them?
You get in the spot and they pay for their spot.
Do they pay for their spot? I don't know.
Car show people usually pay for them.
That's what I'm talking about.
Car show people usually pay for their spot because they're going to get some kind of a trophy out of the deal.
Oh, see, I don't know. So,
yeah.
Oh, okay. But we can't get none of that revenue. It'll be the car show revenue. I don't even need that. I mean, if we get the people to come to the car show, the more people come, the more vendors, they make money, we make money.
Right.
Everybody happy.
Okay. Win-win.
Almost.
Tony,
Yes, ma'am.
where are we having it?
Same place we did last year.
Okay.
It's
State Road
just a little beyond, just a little west of Santa Fe.
So we have Davis's permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I'm looking at 600 feet and I'm thinking, we ain't doing that at Maddox.
No, it's,
Or Wilson Robinson.
we had more than that last year.
Okay. That's good.
All right. So
It's probably close to 1,000 acres out there, if
Yeah, I
not
know.
more.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, do we have a motion?
I'm telling y'all, I'm afraid of it, but I know the citizens are wanting it.
Cause we do, I'm nervous about it, but we do need to bring more things to the city. Like, I didn't come to the softball game, I did pass by, it was a great crowd, and I was like, all right, like that. But, so we need more things like that to bring people to the city. So I think the fireworks, and it's a different company from last year, right?
This is a professional company.
Yeah,
They're actually, the home office is out of New York,
Okay,
but they're stationed all over the state of Florida.
okay.
Madam Mayor, for point of order and just further discussion, I'll make a motion so that we can discuss it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, to
We,
approve this.
thank you. Have a motion by Commissioner Holt.
I second.
We have a second by Vice Mayor. Now, continue your discussion.
We're good. I'm good. I think it'll be a great event myself.
I do too. It's always good. Each year has been better than the previous, so, and if you get a car show, then it'll be even better.
Okay.
And
Well, if we can get to $10,000, that's gonna help matters a whole lot, unless we have to reschedule more.
Right.
Madam Mayor, for point of clarification, we addressed this last month and it was voted down not to do it. So I'm making the motion, we're having a second and a discussion on some, making a motion, having a second and further discussion on something we voted down last month.
Right.
And the only clarification we have is the 2645 or the 6720. So I want to make sure you all are satisfied.
And the 10,000
And
from the
then
county.
contingent on, I'll clarify my motion, contingent on the application for the $10,000 grant. Because if we don't get it, then we're going up into the $23,000 mark, like we spent last year, instead of staying at 13 or under.
We can't, I mean, if we say yes, go ahead with it. If we say yes, go ahead, but contingent on the 10,000, we can't then come back without paying
Okay, and that's why I'm bringing that up, not to put anybody against the wall. That's my famous line tonight for some reason. But, Mr. Hammond, when will we know about that community grant from Alachua County?
My last conversation with Gina was that this qualifies for it, and all I have to do is apply for it.
And then they make a decision right then and there, or
I mean, we just apply for it and they approve it.
the money's earmarked sitting there for an application?
It's earmarked for all the small municipalities. There's $10,000 set aside for each one of them.
For each one of our sister municipalities. So we all get a piece of that pie that's sitting there if Archer wants to do something.
Correct.
Okay.
It was there last year and I wasn't even aware of it.
Okay. Oh, and it's still there?
Correct. It's there. They put it in the pot every year.
Okay. My motion stands, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Additional comments? Public comments on the motion? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I think it's a good thing.
New business.
It's only money.
New business, agenda item 1, ordinance number 01-2024, exempting residents of multifamily residences and community residence homes for mandatory city solid waste collection service.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to read the ordinance by title only. This is ordinance number 01-2024, an ordinance related to exempting residents of multifamily residences and community residence homes from mandatory city solid waste collection services in the event the multifamily residence or community residence home contracts directly with the solid waste provider for dumpster services, providing direction for the codification of this ordinance, repealing all ordinances and resolutions in conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. As you all know, this is an issue that we've talked talked about a lot. There is some discrepancy within the code of how our multifamily residences and community residence homes are charged for solid waste, and there's sometimes a double charging based on the residence's direct contracting with solid waste services. So this just cleans up that area of your code.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we kind of talked about that. Was that last month? We talked about, okay.
For the sake of discussion, I make a motion to approve this ordinance. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Commissioner Green.
Madam Mayor, my question, just for discussion or for our discussion, what other community facilities other than Archer Homes, is it? Or Orchard Village that's been brought to our attention?
There were two of them, but I don't remember the other complexes. One on the right-hand side of 346 and one on the left-hand side of 346.
So both of them
We also
sound.
have the duplex. We have two duplexes.
But I understood it was just the one on the right that's getting double charged. The others do not have a dumpster service on the left. That's why I'm having this discussion that I'm bringing up. We have one community village that's been brought to our attention that has a dumpster provided for those, I think they're all elderly there on the right.
Right.
And that's what was brought to our attention. And they have been being billed individually
Right.
when whoever they pay rent to provides a dumpster for commercial one-on-one relationship with Waste Pro. The Archer Homes on the left do not have a dumpster service. So, to my knowledge, and that's what I'm bringing up, we only have the one to correct.
All right, I will check. I will check.
That's number
Yeah,
one.
but it does seem like somebody else came up that had the same, I can't remember who it was, but somebody else did come up and say.
But they resided in that same facility. It
You
wasn't.
sure? Because I did,
Archer Homes does not have dumpster service.
I don't remember it
Years
being
ago-
Archer Homes.
Years
though.
ago, the block over here, the different stores, remember, they came to us and they were using a dumpster, but they had to pay for separate. And that may be what you're going on.
No, I'm
But-
talking about last month. It was two separate cases, and one I remember was from the senior
Archer
little
Village.
village,
Archer.
the
Village.
senior homes. The other one I don't remember the exact case and where they were, but it was
Oh, the
it was
apartments,
it was something
the
else.
new apartments that they're just opening, because we talked about the rent on it and all, right there in
Next
front
to
of.
Ace Hardware,
Yes,
do they have dumpsters, a dumpster there?
I don't know, but there's
That's
several
why
places
I
that.
want us to be very cognizant of
So-
what we're saying. I mean, I don't know if that ordinance has, if there is, it does say that, doesn't it, somewhere?
Yeah,
about
it
that?
does, it
If-
says they have to.
If there's dumpster service provided as part of the rent?
That's correct. It doesn't exempt all multifamily.
Okay.
It just the ones that have a direct contract.
Okay, thank you for that
They have to
clarification.
have that direct contract.
To be exempt, otherwise they're gonna get a trash can and they're,
Right.
all right. Two, if they have that, and again, I guess this is just a city responsibility, are we gonna recoup those individual trash cans, Mr. Hammond? And stop, I know we're gonna stop the monthly service, and we will go out and retrieve,
Because if we don't,
they'll still,
they'll be charging us for them.
right, even if they tell us, well, I use this to dump it in the dumpster, that, no. So we need to retrieve those. Number three, because I believe in my mind that nice citizen is going to come back up here and say, well, what you going to give me back? Because we've been doing it for months. Is this, again, if you could speak to this from a legal standpoint, is it just effective at this ordinance date? Or are we going to have any responsibility for refund for any time from the past?
At this point, there's no discussion of refund from the past. This is just an ordinance that moving forward.
From this juncture,
Correct.
based on this being brought to our attention, we're
Yes.
correcting it. And we're good, that's our, that's our position. unless we get,
That was my
receive
position.
litigation. or
Unless,
whatever. Yeah,
unless something else occurs.
okay. And I'm not trying to stir the pot, I'm just saying, if it was me and I was that nice citizen, and for 18 months I've been paying $21, $22, that's a sizable amount of money. So we just
They
need to be prepared for
the waste
that.
pro.
And if our position is, thank you,
Go get it.
we are correcting this effective this date. And we're good with that. Okay. All right, I'm not trying to be, all right, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right. Got anything? Public comment on the motion. Right, let's go for a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner White is out of the room. Agenda item 2 is resolution number 2024-10, interlocal agreement between the city and the city of Gainesville, Florida for maintenance and operation of traffic signals, school beacons, its devices and connected vehicle devices.
Madam Mayor, this is exactly what it sounds like. An interlocal agreement between the city and the city of Gainesville for maintenance of this infrastructure. The interlocal agreement is attached, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but otherwise I have no presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, any motions, anything?
Motion to approve this, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Hope making the motion and Commissioner Green made the second. Any discussion?
Amen. Just
Public discussion on the motion? No? Were you gonna say anything?
I was just gonna say, this is boilerplate, we've been doing this for years to get our signal lights. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner White is out of the room. Agenda item 3, resolution number 2024-11, setting a special election date for the city of Archer for seats number 1, 2, and 3, designating the election date for the 11th day of June 2024.
All right, Madam Mayor, I don't have a ton of presentation on this. We had some discussion at, I'm not sure if it's the last meeting or the meeting before.
I think.
But we are just gonna do a special election, a do-over to make sure that everyone's aware of the qualifying periods and all of that good stuff. So this is just the resolution implementing that.
Thank you.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. No microphone again. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor, that will, the qualifying will begin tomorrow, just as it did before. Or this resolution has to be approved and then so many days, and then we're gonna publicly advertise the qualifying.
Yes,
We'll have to publicize it in Alachua today,
yes.
which, if it's approved tonight, it could be in Thursday's paper.
I believe it's Thursday.
I just want to,
I was gonna say, I don't think it have to be Alachua today, but that's,
that's,
Be in a local
that's
paper.
the journal of choice that we've always used to appease
that was just how
everyone.
you said it.
I'm
but-
sorry. Is Deanna back there? Could she clarify that, Mr. Hammond? I just want to be very succinct with the audience as well as anybody listening to this. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your patience.
Do I have a choice? Y'all want me to walk off? You right.
I pray my patience. Did y'all catch that first ago?
You did.
Exactly where that thought came from.
She said it has to be at least 4 or 5 days prior to the election.
"45 days."
Okay, I thought she said 4 or 5 days.
You're getting faster, Rick.
45 days.
It's after
The notification has to be 45 days before the
least.
election for the publication. So
She said it won't be this Thursday.
is that going to be the 45-day period if it's next Thursday? I'm sorry, Ms. Hamel, we just need to look at that calendar and be succinct and be very clear for our audience as well as anyone else listening.
Can I ask, while we're waiting, ask the question?
Yeah.
If qualifying period starts April 9th and we haven't even advertised yet and we're,
Lori, that's why I'm asking these succinct questions, when this will be in the paper. Because I assure you, I am going to look for that with the proper language in it.
Right.
yeah, I think it
That's
has
why
to
I'm
be
asking.
so
I don't want to
many
miss this
times
Thursday if
too.
it's going to be in this Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, the Alachua Today will be the journal of choice that we'll be using? Okay. And it will include both the special election date and the qualifying period. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Thank you, Deanna.
Where is Commissioner White? She done ran off and left us.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but after y'all are done, I have another question.
All right, but that,
Yes.
we're on board, same chalkboard. Okay, good.
All right, public discussion on the motion.
On the motion.
Did y'all make him, oh, okay, so,
Agree to that.
Lori Costello, citizen, doesn't it have to be advertised so many times in the paper also?
The requirements are listed in section 10-1 of the Code of Ordinances, sorry, excuse me. The notice of the elections is posted in the newspaper at a clearly observable location at the U.S. Post Office and at City Hall, and a copy to the newspaper once a week for 4 consecutive weeks, and the date of the first publication. So once a week, 4 times a week from the date of the first publication. To your question.
Okay, so we're not advertising the qualification period until after the qualification period has already started. Is that correct? That doesn't make sense to me.
No, I think the next week is when it's gonna first hit the paper.
So, it comes out on Thursday, so that's a week and 2 days. Qualifying period starts the 9th, am I correct?
Yeah, they have the 9th on here.
And so
The 9th
what
of
I'm
what?
saying is you're advertising something after the fact again.
That can't be
Or,
She definitely got to change it, because
so
tomorrow's the
did
9th.
somebody add up something wrong or something?
Qualifying can't begin any earlier than the 18th.
Well, isn't the qualifying period starting the 9th of
That was
April?
my first question, and it was no, because it has to be publicized.
Okay, but that's what I read in the packet. It says then it starts the 9th.
I'm telling her that her date is wrong, and
Okay, so, Lord have mercy. Could you tell me when the qualifying period is?
That's why I started the questions.
1 second.
Okay, so when is it?
She said 1 second.
Okay.
Seconds up. Always impatient. And Lord, all due respect, that's why I'm saying let's slow down and do this correctly so everyone is comfortable and correct and legal. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that I brought this up the last meeting because. Go ahead.
So part of the issue that I think we're going to have is that the code allows us to notice 45 days prior to the election the date, the place, and the qualifying periods. But the qualifying period is 60 days to 45 days before the election. So technically, the notice doesn't have to be published until the last day of qualifying. So is how the code is written. So under that understanding, being that June 11th would be your special election day, 45 days before that is April 27th, and 60 days before that is April 12th. So April 12th to April 27th, noon to noon on both days would be your qualifying period.
Okay.
Then why are we having another special election? Because we did put the qualifying dates in there with the last one.
No.
They were not put in there with the
No,
last
you did
one.
not.
I
That's
thought
the
they were,
problem.
but I
In the notice,
didn't find
the qualifying period was not
Yeah.
in that language.
Okay.
That's why we're doing all this.
Yep, that's.
That's what really brought to our attention. Thank you.
Is that, I noticed the next thing on the agenda was discussion on qualifying dates and things like that. Is this something that might?
I have no knowledge about
Okay, because, you know, you want the citizens to know when the qualifying period is and not after the qualifying period. You want them to know before the qualifying period.
Madam Mayor, if I may ask Mr. Hammond, is Deanna hearing this? And
Yes,
does
she
she have
is.
any input in this on what she's going to, as our deputy clerk and the Madam Queen on all this paperwork? She's good with April 12th through April 27th? I mean, I'd like her to speak to that if she could, and she's okay with it.
She sent a text and said the date is April 9th. But I'm telling her that the attorney said April 12th.
I mean, someone can check my math. From June 11th, if I count back 45 days, I get April 27th. If I count back 60 days from June 11th, I get April 12th. So the qualifying period would then be April 12th through April 27th. I do encourage someone to check my math. Attorneys are not known for our mathematical prowess.
It's going in the paper when? What's the date it's going in the paper?
That would be no later than April 12th.
April 12th? Did you say?
Or April 27th, rather. I apologize. No later than April 27th that will run the first time.
So,
What's this?
So
but,
yes, next week, somebody could be qualifying and not read the paper, and someone still has time when they see it Thursday and allot to it today to come in and get the packet and complete all
yeah,
the
but they have to
homework.
do a bank thing. But what I'm saying, don't y'all want to try your best to have the citizens know when the qualifying period is?
Absolutely.
Before,
I'm sorry.
you know, so you don't advertise it at the end of the qualifying period? Don't you want to try to let the citizens know?
I believe that that's what's been indicated, is that it'll be advertised to next week, which
Yeah,
will put
okay.
it before the end of the qualifying period, which is
Yeah.
technically the city going out of its way to make sure, even because it's not required until the 45th day.
Okay. Yeah, that, maybe we want to change something there, but thank you.
We do.
Oh, I got a headache. All right. Let's go to a vote, please. All in favor of the motion on the floor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. All right, agenda item 4, appoint one voting member and one alternate member to the Planning and Zoning Board, and we have that information. I gotta get back to it. Let me find it again.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
did I understand that you're Mr. Hens?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna be appointing both of these to the planning and zoning, with one being a sitting and the other being an alternate.
Is it only two?
Yes, that's all I saw was two.
I didn't remember. Yes.
Yes, I'm almost sure it was just two. Yes.
Yep, you are correct.
So who came in first?
Okay. You guys ready?
Well, I'm trying to be fair.
Uh-huh.
And, we got one here that's got experience. We got one that's a realtor.
Microphone,
Let's go with
please.
the experience.
Microphone, please.
Let's go with the experience.
Sorry.
So, I mean, that's a nice resume.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we
Did you want,
appoint.
wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we do
Go ahead.
our motion first.
Go ahead. Okay.
I am going to make a motion that we appoint, and I apologize if I mess your name up, Don Hetzke, to the Planning and Zoning Board with Lori Costello as the alternate.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
And I'm basing that on his experience.
Okay.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Vice Mayor. All right, any discussion up on the dais?
Madam Mayor, if I may ask the legal counsel their advice, since both of our citizens who are applying are present in the audience, are we at liberty to ask them any questions in the interview process or just make our decision?
Yeah, you can absolutely ask some questions.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I may have the liberty,
Yes, you may.
and all I need is a yes or no answer. This is from Miss Lori Costello. Oh, you don't have to get up.
I wanted to make it easy on y'all, please.
No,
That's why I raised my hand.
Oh,
I'm going to withdraw as an alternate because I'm going to wait until I get a regular spot. And I know he did some wonderful letters and he is experienced. So I'm going to withdraw my name and I'm going to wait till a regular spot opens. So Okay, I just want to make it easy on y'all. I mean,
Okay.
you know what I mean? So that's why I raised my hand prior.
Okay, but while I've got you captured
Okay.
with the microphone.
Okay.
Because it's just since I'm the guy that gets attacked for recusing myself in conflicts and everything, are you still actively involved as a real estate broker? Yes, or are you retired?
I have my license in my business, but I'm not really doing anything.
But you're still a broker? Or,
Yes, I am. I
Okay.
am.
Do you have any properties in Archer, the city,
No.
at this time? Okay.
You mean for sale? No, I'm not actively doing it.
Representing any properties in Archer at this time? Used to, okay, because I used to always see the Lori Costello signs, and I
Yeah,
just...
no, I have,
But that's
I
not me
got
being
sick
nosy,
years ago, and I had to just kind of,
And I'm being totally just above board with you, Lori. I'm just saying, the potential for conflict.
oh,
or
yeah,
what-
you're right. But still, he is experienced, and I'm just
Well,
going to
he
withdraw
has
from.
been on P&Z,
Yeah.
but you've been on multiple, just
Yeah,
like
I
you
know, but
putting
I'm
that-
going to just wait until,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, that was my
Easy,
only question. I
easy.
just trying
Okay.
to evaluate, if I was Lori and still a broker and had properties here, and then something came up with P&Z, it's like,
Or then you recuse yourself,
yes.
because you're supposed to have a realtor on the board. But that's okay. I'm going to wait,
Cool.
and trust me, I'm
And that's the
good with
process
that.
we use for
Yeah.
anything, just like when
Yeah.
I was on codes and
Yep.
the employees at Maddox would come up, I'd have to recuse myself. Not that I'd be in there any personal gain, but I was their
Right.
employer, and so, yeah. Okay, thanks. Thanks for being honest and straightforward. I have no questions of you, Mr. Hensky. Thank you.
I will amend my motion to accept her,
Speaker,
yes,
microphone.
speaker.
At JCC, we're going to get them back.
I'm gonna make a motion, I'm gonna amend my motion to accept her, withdrawal. I couldn't take her word. Withdrawal and, go with Mr. Henschke.
Microphone, Madam Vice Mayor.
I'm
Thank you.
amending.
Thank you. All right. So let's go to a vote. Did you, anybody, that was all? You didn't have a question?
That was the
for
only
him?
question I had, Ms. Costello, and nothing of Mr. Hansky.
Okay. All right, then let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner Green is out of the room.
If I can briefly bring us back to our fun little elections conversation that we were just having. It has come to my attention that April 27th is a Saturday.
Okay.
So City Hall would not be open for people to drop off their qualifying documents.
Friday or Saturday.
I understand that likely the reason that the qualifying dates that were put into the resolution were chosen is because it is 15 days between those two periods and it is prior to the election. But my reading of your code doesn't permit you to move those days. It would require you to move the election day itself so that 60 and 45 fall on days when someone could be in City Hall. Alternatively, I'm not sure, but I believe that you could have City Hall open on Saturday, April 27th until noon, if you so chose to do that, but doesn't look like there's a whole lot of interest in that. I'm just putting out the options. So my recommendation is that we pick a different special election date that allows us to do the 45 and the 60 days per your code on days that actually fall on weekdays. And I would love to talk to Deanna about it. I know that she's back there. I'm not sure if there was a reason that June 11th was specifically chosen.
I'm good. I think we ought to just go with the date, April 15th of 2024.
Next Monday.
Excuse me.
Oh, 2025.
24.
Today's, this is 23 still, isn't it?
This is 24, girl. Where in the world are you?
25, excuse me.
So if we have someone for 4 hours, we can just keep the date that we have and where we can just get this over with.
I would need to clarify and make sure that there isn't anything in the election code that prohibits you from having a qualifying date on a Saturday. I'm not sure, honestly.
We can stick with it if we change the date of the election.
Right.
If you change the date of the election, then you would then calculate 45 and 60 days back from then.
Okay. So that's gonna be the easiest, right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if there's a particular reason that Deanna chose June 11th for this date. I'm not sure if that coincides with something, with discussions that she's had with the supervisor of elections. I'm not sure. So I really don't have a lot of guidance on this.
It's my cousin's birthday. I don't know, the 18th is under there. Tony's going to
I
talk.
hope no talkers.
I might figure out how to pop.
No talkers, no clickers.
I do need to go home and eat.
Clicking pens, popping gum.
Well, and I definitely will be.
Ooh, Mr. Hammond has been doing so well.
I picked up his slack.
All right.
Okay.
Deanna said she had a long conversation with Kirsten and Danielle. And the way our code is written, with that 60 and 45 days, you are never going to find a day in there that this office is not closed one of those days.
Never.
That's why she just arbitrarily chose June the 11th. Because when you look at the 60 and 45, you put all those together, we're gonna be closed one of those days in there.
So Kirsten, do you need more time? I've only done
I'm trying to do some mental math and figure out how it could possibly be the case.
Can we kick it to the next week? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it would probably be best for us to just have another motion, rescind our previous motion, give me a second to make sure that we get this
I rescind my motion.
I can't remember. I'm looking back. Yep, Vice Mayor.
I rescind
Your second.
my second.
Madam Mayor, this is why I asked the questions that I asked, so that we do
And
it
we
right
appreciate
or don't do it at all.
Correct.
So I'm not fussing at anybody, I just,
It just suits me. That's good.
Mr. Hammond, if I may, Madam Mayor, you didn't ask Deanna if she'd be willing to be here on Saturday as the last qualifying day
If she won't, I will.
to review the packet if someone came in and,
Yeah. I mean, what is June the 11th?
no, I'm talking about the
April
last day of
27th.
qualifying, that
April
Saturday.
27th?
Oh, April 27th.
Then we can hold on to the June 11th election, move it forward, and just, if someone is working, they have an opportunity to come in with their qualifying packet on a Saturday and have it reviewed.
I'd do it. I'm not gonna be anywhere.
Because it doesn't matter how hard you work at finishing your packet until you see the deputy clerk or the person that's gonna turn in everything and review it and ensure it's correct. Doesn't matter, so that,
I'd do it, and you ain't gotta pay me overtime.
That's even better.
that would remedy this issue and we just keep all the dates, correct?
But she said she gotta look and make sure that that it's something that can be done.
I mean, if we move forward like this with the qualifying period staying where we had corrected them to be, either it's permissible and we move forward, or at the next meeting, I come and tell you that we can't have it on a Saturday and we do it again like we were already going to.
Okay.
That was the
still-
crux of why this happened, is because we didn't. Yeah.
No, I think
And that's-
it's still
saying
gonna
that
be
then-
advertised next Thursday.
Lori's saying that then we may have to advertise twice if we're wrong. It's up to you all.
Well, hopefully we know before.
We
it
can,
goes.
we can also, you all can indicate, I mean, it seems from Deanna that there's been a historical practice of the city to always move it to accommodate city hall schedule. So that it's always on days that the city hall is open. And so to put it on days, the days that Deanna had laid out seems to be what Deanna's calculations indicate are days that City Hall is open, and how we have historically moved the qualifying periods to allow for the 15 days, but to also be in accordance with City Hall schedule. So,
Is qualifying limited to just 15 days, or to accommodate that schedule of a weekday for the ending of the qualifying day?
Right, 'cause that's.
Could it not be the following Monday?
Right, which is the 29th.
So then we're in our safe zone. I mean, we've added a couple days on qualifying. That's not illegal, is it not?
Is it? Or is it?
technically,
It has to be 14 days?
technically, so here's the problem. It doesn't, your code doesn't say an amount of days. It doesn't say 15 days. Your code says 45 to 60. So between the 60th day before the election and the 45th day before the election, at noon both days, that's when your qualifying is supposed to be. Now, what we're hearing from Deanna is that the problem is that there is no set of dates that can be selected, which allow those to fall on City Hall schedule open days. So the information that we're receiving is that it has been the historical practice of Archer to allot for the 15 days, but to move it such that those 15 days are still given, but they're given on days that don't necessarily line up with 45 and 60 because we make them line up with City Hall schedule.
15 working, open City Hall days.
Correct.
Consecutively. And that's what she based that qualifying on.
Correct. To move them to not be 45 and 60, but to still allow for the 15-day period provided by the code, just on days that City Hall is actually open.
So we're not following code either way.
That's correct.
And we need to revamp the code to make sure this never happens.
I would definitely recommend that. But given, I am sort of going through in my head and I'm running different scenarios, and I believe Deanna's right. I don't think that there is a day that you could select which would provide an open City Hall day on the 45th and the 60th day.
So we pick those days, and Saturday's the qualifying last day. Somebody's got to be here for that 4 hours to ensure that the qualifying packet,
Well, what are you gonna do about Friday? You're gonna have somebody here on Friday?
it would have to be Friday and Saturday. Or qualifying period would have to be extended 2 more days. That brings me back to what I said, it'd be 17 days.
I think that would be a safe option.
It
To
gives
say
people more time.
29.
And in respect to what Lori was saying, our argument is we're trying to promote the most available time that's fair for our citizens to consider qualifying with a packet.
So then where we would land would be the 29th, so from April 12th to April 29th.
Right.
Would be the qualifying dates for the June 11th
But it
election.
has to be publicized, and that can't happen until next Thursday.
Correct. That issue is still taken care of because it's still before the 45-day mark. It would still be before April 27th, and it would be before April
But they
29th
could
as
start
well.
qualifying on the 12th, even if
Correct.
they haven't read it in the
Yes.
journal, but it's posted for the first time.
And that remains no matter the
The
qualifying
17th.
dates we select.
Would it be the 29th or the 30th? Because you gotta add 2 days, we close Friday and Saturday.
Oh, they're
And
gonna.
Sunday.
It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be open every single one of those days, just a 15-day period.
Of the office hours.
With the ending date ending on a day that you're open.
Okay.
I'm good.
which would be extending it to the Monday,
The 29th.
the 29th. That's not Memorial Day, is it?
No, that's,
So that's May.
What are you doing
I'm
to
sorry,
us?
wrong. It's that damn memorial program we got to be ready. Okay,
come on now.
all right. Oh, hush, Roberta.
Okay. Okay, where are we?
Okay, I'll make the motion, Madam Mayor, to accept this
Resolution.
resolution. Yeah, it's a resolution
2024-11.
with the qualifying date as
April 12th to April 29th.
April 12th to April 29th, with the special election date of June 11th, with the first public notification going out next Thursday, which is the 18th,
Yes.
correct? If we use the Alachua Today Journal, because it's once a week on Thursdays, it can hit next Thursday.
I don't know when do you have.
And then 4 consecutive postings thereafter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
For a total of 4.
4 postings, so
Total, so
4 weeks.
Next
1,
Thursday,
2,
the
3, 4.
18th will be the first one, and then 3 more thereafter.
That is correct.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope. Are you set?
I second.
And Vice Mayor, second again.
Don't go to sleep.
Without her microphone. Addition, it's all right, we got you. Any additional comments, questions?
Are we still gonna have to have somebody here on Saturday and Friday? No, okay. Okay.
Public discussion on the motion.
I have just a technical question for the attorney.
We love it.
Go ahead, everything else has been technical.
No matter what we do, you're not following the ordinance. So if someone has a problem with it, they could still come back and say the election's not valid because you're not following the ordinance? Is that still at risk?
No.
Because we've
Yeah,
extended
we,
that
we,
period
ex-
now.
Because
yeah.
you're extending.
Right.
And we properly notified in the journal both qualifying and the election.
We just made
And
it a
that's what
little
we
longer.
didn't do last time,
Okay.
is that magic qualifying period. And that's what all this dialogue was about.
The look on my face that you're seeing, Commissioner White, is me realizing that the 12th is a Friday.
Oh, the 12th of April.
Which means that you wouldn't be open the first day.
So if we have somebody here for 4 hours, then we'll be good?
Yes.
Okay.
To receive the packet.
Yes, from 12 to regular closing on the 12th.
Mr. Hammond?
That's this Friday.
Mr. Hammond, can you
I
do
thought
something?
you just said you wouldn't have to since you extended the dates.
Because it's,
The 12th is when it starts.
And that's Friday.
So when do you need somebody here?
On the 12th.
Friday.
This
From
Friday?
noon to regular close of business.
To noon to 6?
Noon to regular close.
What? Oh, that's right, because
Because
it
it would
started.
start at noon.
This Friday,
That is correct.
the 12th.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Sammy's birthday. What are you talking about? You out of your mind?
Hey, we can go have a Saturday party.
That's a good one. I'll bring it, JD.
Madam Mabel,
Get that dog good.
Well, we
can we do it
do
on?
we have to have an election within the next 60 days?
I
Do
can be
we?
here.
Do
I can
we?
be here.
He just said he could be here. So,
I'll bring Sammy a gift.
You're so nice.
Yeah. Everybody got to
I want to go home sometime tonight. Can we wrap this up? I haven't had dinner. My head is starting to hurt. It's late. I guess I'm not going to eat now. It's almost 10 o'clock.
take my contact.
patience.
I've been patient all night. I don't know, but you better find that verse.
Okay, I think we have a motion. I think we might have a second.
We
Okay.
did.
We did.
He made a motion, I second.
We're first qualifying.
But then you
I'm
started.
confident with where we sit right now.
Gosh, thank you. All right. Any additional comments, or do we need to go ahead and vote and put this in the bag? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor?
Have any public comments?
Yes, he had one.
You good? Good?
All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise.
K-Dan.
What'd you say?
K-Dan.
Oh. 5-0. Gosh. Okay, I'm a dream about this.
Mayor Valley, may I interrupt real quick for the, what do you call it, to save time? When we do the next, number 5, may I ask Attorney Kristen to just identify what the code violation is 320?
Agenda item 5. Authorize the city attorney's office to file suit on 3 code cases. And I guess these are the addresses. Please don't make me read the 3 addresses.
Yes, Madam Mayor, to the request, for the 401 Southwest 67th, I'm sorry, for the 12679 Southwest 167th Drive, the code enforcement violations are to Chapter 12, Article 3, nuisance, excessive vegetation, removing an unfit structure, repair or replace fencing. For the address,
Kirsten, as you do it, let me kind of give them an explanation.
Sure.
This is the building at the end of 170th Street after you cross the railroad track heading out towards Newberry Road. It's on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Just after you cross the railroad track, it's that kind of greenish brown building on the right-hand side. It's got a partially chain link fence around it. That's that piece of property.
Okay.
And it's vacant now,
Yeah, it's been vacant for
abandoned or whatever.
Okay.
a millennium.
So are we taking each one, or are we gonna take all 3 at one time?
I think that we'll go through each one. I'll say what the violation is, Tony will do what he did, and then I'll give you all the opportunity to tell me whether or not you want to take them to foreclosure. For the property located at 13011 Southwest 176th Street.
This one is the mobile home that's way back in the woods. Is your cousin or your aunt? It's down around Roberta's house. It's back on 170th. It's back in the woods back there. You can't even hardly see it anymore. It's so overgrown. It belongs to a lady named Bradshaw. She's out in California. She has not contacted us since we actually did a code on her. I can't remember when we did, I think it was,
April 21st, 2023?
yeah, 23.
21?
21, yeah.
The violation on this was a violation of Chapter 12, Article 3, nuisance, Section 12-113, subsection 2.
This one is actually the Ellis property over by Miss Costello.
I'm still on the previous one. I just hadn't cited the code
I'm
violation
sorry.
yet. And then for the Ellis property, this is 14160 Southwest 167th Street. The violation was to Chapter 8, Article 3, Section 8-52 of the Code of Ordinances. I'd have to look to see exactly what's in that article.
This one is the Ellis property that is over around Miss Costello's. We had several codes on her before, but this one is actually because she's refused to pay her $6,000 water bill.
Oh, Jesus. I would.
And
Okay.
she's actually been coded, and it goes over a year this month.
Wow. Okay.
Jeez.
So take one at a time?
So up for the commission's discussion is whether you would like our office to bring any of these to foreclosure litigation. Just as a reminder, our standard is $5,000 for each of these. So it'd be $5,000 pop for everyone that we bring to foreclosure litigation.
Yeah, I mean,
Any of these set in dire need of repair?
You can't repair the first and second one. I don't know what you could probably repair the third one.
But are they I apologize. Are they a danger, a health hazard, or?
The first and second one are, yes.
Okay. Then.
and how many
pursue those
letters,
two.
how many letters had we sent them?
Oh, they're beyond letters. They've already been code violated by the magistrate.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna say at least the first two need to go if they've got help that, safety violate,
I don't,
the potential for problems.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Holt.
HOP.
So what did y'all said the first two?
Those two anyway. I'm trying to
Go through?
well, I'm trying to make my mind understand, do I wanna pay $5,000 to get $6,000?
Hello.
Probably not even $6,000.
Well, the bottom line, she doesn't pay it, she's never gonna get the property.
Well, that's what I said. Do I wanna pay $5,000 for a piece of $5,000 property?
Well, the property's not a bad piece. It's not a bad house.
I just,
Well, how did you get a water bill for $6,000?
A lot of it was when COVID was here, we weren't charging people, we weren't making people pay the water bill. We were letting them go with it, and she kept running it up, and she never would catch it up.
Did
And
she
then we'd
know
cut it
this?
off, and she would go back out and cut it on.
Oh,
And then we'd cut it off, and she would cut it back on again. We finally just pulled the meter out of
is
it.
she older?
did
Is
she
an
happen to
old
know,
lady?
Tony, that we were gonna do this tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If she knew it.
What she's actually done since then is she's actually made 2 attempts to get water turned back on by sending people in here with false rental agreements.
Oh. Y'all want, she at my house?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Hammond, she's still residing there?
No, sir, nobody's in there right now.
Oh, so it's vacant?
It's
Right,
vacant.
It's vacant.
No, there's somebody there.
Really?
Yes, there's somebody living there, it's her.
With
She's
no water?
living there. I just had an inspection last week, she's living there.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. Also.
Well, y'all need to
isn't
take the
there
welcome
another
wagon out there,
violation on her for her yard?
Well, I did code her yard once, but when I went back, it had been taken care of. It wasn't taken care of again today when I went back by.
I know, and that's it then.
Well, you know.
What I'm saying is she's been there, living there all along.
There's never a car there when I go by. And I can't go in and beat on her door.
She's there.
Well, apparently, she does not care too much about her property, or she would have been here tonight to answer. So I'm gonna make a motion that we proceed. Huh?
Yes, we did, the first and the second.
We did vote?
No, we didn't.
Then add this.
Is that what you meant, we didn't
Just go
vote?
for all three.
Your motion to add all three now?
We're amending
I thought you
them.
made the motion.
No, you made it and he
Okay.
seconded it. I know, it's almost 10 o'clock, we gonna get through
My
it.
circus and my clowns. Okay.
You're keeping your microphone, and I'm so proud of you.
She's doing
You're
good.
doing good.
I make a motion that we proceed with all three.
All three? I will amend my motion, my second, to agree to that, based on the conversation.
Thank you. So all three. All right, so, any further discussion? Commissioners?
I don't want to go after somebody's property. I honestly don't want to go
I-
after somebody's
I
property.
know it.
These people.
I will note, just so that everyone's aware, obviously we would never initiate an action that we thought was unlawful, but we will need to verify first that it's not a homesteaded property, because you can't foreclose on homesteaded property with a code enforcement lien.
To lean against it?
You can lien it, you just can't foreclose it simply without jumping through like 1,000 hoops that are frankly
cost
already
prohibitive.
got a lien against her.
Correct. Correct. So if it's homesteaded, that makes it a little bit more complicated, and I'll need to bring it back to you. Public discussion on the motion.
Lori Costello, citizen. The Ellis property is homesteaded, just to make it simple for y'all. Now, when y'all foreclose, how long of a process is that?
It is very dependent upon whether or not we default the individual or whether or not they fight the litigation.
And what's default?
Default essentially means that you've been served with the petition or a complaint and you didn't respond within the allotted time.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, and then because it's homesteaded, then you have to bring it back again next?
Correct, because it wouldn't be the same kind of procedure that we would need to take with the other non-homesteaded properties. We'd need to reevaluate how we move forward with the homesteaded property.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Charles Tufano, citizen. So, a question for our attorney. If the commissioners decided not to put the lien on, you had indicated it's like a $5,000 charge to the city. Could a resident offer to pay that and pursue that violation if it was continuing? So in other words, you could pick any one of these three, because we're voting tonight on whether we can or can't, or whether the commissioners want to. If they decide not to, can a resident pursue that with
No.
the city attorney?
No.
Okay.
I will say that some of these properties, that doesn't necessarily mean that nothing can happen until the city decides to foreclose. There are some properties that we noted today, the taxes haven't been paid for a while, so they could go to tax deed sale. That could happen even with our lien outstanding on the property, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the foreclosure is the only way that the property can change hands.
Or she could come in and pay the $6,000 and we could get.
Right, right.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you.
And use it for the fireworks.
I asked,
That was a joke.
I asked the county for a spreadsheet last week of all of the back taxes that have not been paid in Archer. And I got a sheet that was probably 4 sheets long of back taxes. And it was a chunk of money.
If it is,
Money
it's
I
wrong.
get on people. Amen.
$1,000.
Mine was almost 3.
If y'all foreclose on a property and, this is done on the courthouse stairs, a new buyer owns it, would you give that new owner a chance to clean it up, like 30 days or something like that?
So essentially how our lien would work, so I think it's two distinct questions, and just to clarify, for our lien on the property would need to be paid before they took possession of the property. So they would have to pay off the code enforcement lien that's on the property in order to receive the property at the foreclosure sale.
Oh.
If the question is thereafter, could the city then grant them an opportunity and not re-code enforce them the next day because it's still obviously not in compliance the day after they purchase it, I'm sure that is well within the city's discretion. But in order for someone else to come in and buy the property at a foreclosure sale, they'd need to pay us what our lien is.
Okay, prior for them taking possession.
Correct.
And
Similar
so,
case is the trailer park.
well,
That has been in our discussions in the last few meetings. That with the gentleman coming forward, you weren't here, Kirsten, that was Danielle that night.
and
The gentleman that stood up here and said what he was gonna make us do.
Yeah, Lord.
And not only that is, when Mayberry was assistant manager, he forgave the liens on the property so that they could take possession. So how,
So the lien can be forgiven prior to us moving forward with a foreclosure action. But after the foreclosure action has been moved forward, in order for anyone to receive title to the property, they would have to pay us the lien. So it's a sort of before and after foreclosures begun situation.
so if somebody was interested in one of the properties, they would come before this commission and ask for that lien to be forgiven if they, with the understanding if they purchased the property at foreclosure?
I think that would be,
Stupid on her part.
I would not recommend that the city take that deal because you don't necessarily know that that person is going to be the individual who receives the property.
Oh, well then how was Newberry,
Because it was Mayberry.
yeah, Mayberry, not Newberry, Mayberry, forgiving liens?
We don't know, that was him, we're not, him, yeah.
My
Wow.
understanding is that happened after they took, after Archer took possession. Then they forgave the lien without it ever going before any board.
I'm putting none of us.
Okay, thank you.
None of us were here.
Kirsten, when we file the lien, do we file,
Hey, look,
well, just the 6,000, I'm using her as an example, okay? The 6,000 she owes us, or do we put in there the attorney fees and all that stuff?
So the lien itself, it's two different things. So the lien itself is for the $6,000 and it's for however many dollars a day. Most of the violations are several $100s a day. And so it accrues until the date that we file our petition. And then we say this is the amount of the lien so far. Plus we want to add in our costs, our attorney's fees. All of that gets handled through the foreclosure process, but not through simply putting the lien on.
Okay. So you will make sure all that's added at the
Of course.
in my time.
So
It's almost 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Before you know, like the ones that has like a lot of old taxes attached to them, and the city puts a lien on them at foreclosure, does the city take possession, have to pay up those taxes? How does that work? I mean, would the city own it at that point, or do they have to pay up the taxes?
So the city would own it subject to any outstanding taxes.
Even though the city's tax exempt.
Correct.
Tax exempt, but they would have
Still
to pay
do.
that.
Correct.
So you foreclose, the city automatically owns it if you foreclose?
If we foreclose on the property and we purchase it at the foreclosure sale, then we own it. We've already bid in whatever our lien amount is. So if our lien amount is $10,000, then at the foreclosure sale, it's assumed that we've already bid in $10,000 because we're owed that from the property. So if no one bids more than $10,000, we're the default owners of the property.
And what about if there's a loan on it? Don't you have to pay the loan off?
We are then required to pay off the taxes or whatever loan is on there. Yeah.
Where are we? Oh, we still on agenda item 5, Jesus.
We got a motion and a second.
Yeah, y'all ready to vote?
Yes, yes.
All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Mayor, for a point of order, I make a motion to extend this meeting 15 minutes so we can complete
Y'all,
our agenda.
all right, we have a
Mayor, I
motion.
will ask, because it was my idea to bring it, but, and there's just not enough time to get it on the next, election.
Do we have a second to
A
extend the
motion to
meeting?
extend the meeting.
I apologize. I was helping you out by making it all one motion.
Thank you,
Okay,
Madam Vice Mayor.
so we have, Commissioner Hope made the motion and Vice Mayor made the second?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was confused about what you were doing.
I'm trying to move
Okay.
along.
All right. Any discussion about the motion? No? Public discussion on the motion?
what?
All right, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise.
Now, I would like to table this next discussion until the next meeting, because there's no way to get it on this next election.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
for charter changes, so
Okay.
I would like to hold that.
Table. So we have a motion by Commissioner White to table. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, second by Vice Mayor. Table to next meeting.
Yes, ma'am,
Any discussion
or sometime in next year.
on the motion? Any public discussion on the motion? All right, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Good job, 5-0, motion passes. All right. Tony, reports, correspondence, communication, and city manager report.
Excuse me. Danielle, do you have anything you want to say about this first one? This communication thing from y'all?
The cybersecurity?
Yeah.
I think that that's under our report. I think that that might be
Okay.
next.
Excuse me. Where's mine at?
Which one you need, this?
Oh, I got it here.
You got a letter to Ron DeSantis.
There's a letter to Governor Ron DeSantis that the mayor has signed. It is requesting assistance from conversion of State Road 45, or
24.
State Road 24, be moved up on the project list. This was a discussion that we had last week when we had a meeting with the chairman of the county commissioners. County chairman had sent this over to the mayor for signature. The mayor had signed that and sent that out. You have my report. Item number 1 is the overtime report. Item number 2 talks about the food drives that we have coming up this month. We have 2. One is tomorrow and one is the 24th. Item number 3 are the code violations that were done in March. We had one at 14117 Southwest 168th Street. That was a trash and debris. We had one at 16476 Southwest 143rd Avenue, trash and debris. That individual has complied since they received their code violation. 13980 Southwest 174th Street. It was commercial use of residential property. They had unlicensed vehicles. That individual has complied with their code violation. They've corrected their issues. 14124 Southwest 168th Street, unlicensed vehicle. They are still have the vehicle that's unlicensed in their yard. 13490 Southwest 173rd Court, overgrown yard. 17259 Southwest 127th Place, unlicensed vehicle, still has not complied. 14594 Southwest State Road 45, unlicensed vehicle, trash and debris, they still haven't complied. 16377 Southeast County, should be County Road 346. This is an unsafe building. These individuals were given a code violation last year, and then we gave them an extension to go in and do some corrections on it. They have not done any of the corrections that they intended to do, and they have not responded to any of the letters that we had given them, so they're actually going to go to the magistrate. Last month, I talked a little bit about meeting with the County Public Works Department on 143rd Street. We went out and took bore samples at a couple of different sites out there. The county recommended that we have at least 8 inches of lime rock base to put the asphalt on. Unfortunately, that road has only 5.5 inches of lime rock beneath it. There's not a whole lot we can do with it unless we rip the whole thing out and redo the whole entire road. Arnold and I went out and looked at this road, and we walked it from one end to the other and marked some specific spots out there of where the bad areas were. He sent me back a calculation of what those areas would, milling those particular areas, how much asphalt would be needed to repair those particular areas. The county is offering to provide the asphalt for us. If Arnold does just those particular areas that we've marked on that road, it's 155 tons of asphalt. If he does the entire road, it's 333 tons of asphalt. According to Mr. Arnold, it's not going to be any more time for him to mill the whole entire road than it is for him to mill the spots that I've marked out there. The question comes up whether the county is going to give me 155 tons or 331 tons of asphalt. When we had the meeting with the county last week, the conversation came up through the chairman and the deputy manager that this might qualify from the county as one of the joint projects between the county and Archer. So I'm going to pursue that a little bit more, and I will be able to provide you a little bit more information once I get that information back from the county. So we may wind up doing just the portion that we've blocked out there, or if the county will come in and do the whole entire amount of asphalt, we may just do the whole entire thing.
What street is that?
143rd?
Sir?
What street is that?
143rd
Street.
Park Street.
Park Street.
Yeah, the west side of Park Street. Ms. Costello had talked about 141st Lane. I asked the county if they would come out and do a traffic count on that little road. It's a very short strip of road. They came out at one time and they couldn't do a count because it's a gravel road. So what they did is they came out and put some coal patch on it. And they ran a traffic count 2 different days, one day this week and one day a following week. And they're supposed to provide me the traffic numbers for those 2 days that they did. I should get that sometime this week, and when I get that, I'll be able to provide you the traffic count of what traffic is actually using on that road. And we'll decide what we want to do with that particular road. And the last item is what the guys in Public Works have done over the last month. Replaced several meters, did some work over at the community center. They've talked with a contractor who is going to give them an estimate, or he did give them an estimate on replacing that one door in the back of the community center on the left-hand side. The frame is, I can't say it's rotted because it's a steel frame, but the screws that hold the hinges inside have wallowed out, and you cannot put bigger screws in it and make it work anymore. He has offered to put a new frame in, new door in, and all the labor and material is $3,500. So I'm going to talk to him a little bit more about that. And they fixed all of the repairs that the USDA had came in and talked about at the building. One of the issues was a deadbolt on that particular door back there. They've replaced the deadbolt right now. They've put new mulch down at all the parks, Tot Lot, the Green Court, or not the Green Court, Tot Lot, and the Wilson Robinson Park at all the playgrounds. And they're working right now on the splash pad, trying to get it ready to go this weekend. We're supposed to have a lot of rain Thursday, so I told them I didn't want it to open up until Friday, because if we open it up now and it rains, it's just going to dilute everything. We've got to go back and redo it again. And then the last 2 items are something I added at the last minute. The attorney's already talked about the letter that she sent to Edmund GovTech about the software problems that we're having. And the issue at Orkin, they came out in March and did their inspection. And Deanna and I both have asked them for a written report. Since that particular time frame, Deanna has asked them again, and I have asked them again for a written report. They still have not sent us a written report. I'm going to send them a letter asking the owner of the company for a written report. If I do not get a written report back from him this time, I'm going to just, same thing that we did with the other, was ask the attorney to draft a letter for us and send it to him. I mean, I don't know anything else to do.
This USDA punch list of the requirements,
Pardon?
the USDA letter that states they want the inspection report?
Yeah.
I mean, so you want to send that to
Yeah.
ordinance so they know
Yeah.
they're under the gun with a government agency, not just their company.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
We had a letter, not from Orkin, it was from the other guy.
Yeah, he was the private
I thought
inspector.
you had sent Orkin a letter earlier.
No, we sent the other guy a letter, the private inspector a letter, asking him for his report. He still hasn't complied.
We've also sent a letter to Orkin.
Orkin's gotten a letter too.
A while ago. We haven't talked about
Bottom
it.
line is,
Yeah.
we didn't pay him, he did it for free.
Right.
No, I thought we had sent Orkin a letter
We
that
did.
we wanted a report months ago.
We did.
We did.
Yeah.
Were you done?
That's it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Attorney's report.
I will make this brief because I know everyone is tired. There is a letter in there from March 13th from Danielle. Essentially what it boils down to is cybersecurity is a big thing. There's a new statute that requires you to adopt certain procedures and policies regarding cybersecurity, and we would like you to authorize us to bring forth a resolution adopting the appropriate standards to bring you into compliance with the statute. We'll work with the appropriate IT individuals to make sure that we're adopting the standards that make the most sense for Archer.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. Any discussion? No? Any public discussion on the motion? All right, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Is that it?
That's it for me.
Oh, good, but I remember I saw an email, I think it was, from one of you, and I was like, yeah, because we are constantly having to do trainings for the school board for cybersecurity. And I always get a lot of suspicious emails through the city. Yeah, so I call Deanna a lot, like, what is such and such, and yeah.
There is one other update, I'm sorry, super fast. The thickets complaint was filed today in order
Good.
to foreclose on that property. So we
Good.
finally have waited the appropriate amount of time and we can
That was a long wait.
we can go.
Thank you. All right, commissioner reports, 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. Let's, microphone.
I attended the North Central Florida Planning Council last month.
I put him on the spot, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And I plan on attending the League of Cities hosted by Newberry on the 23rd. And I attended the MTPO meeting last Monday, which didn't represent anything for Archer other than I'm very excited about this letter. It's one more step. And hopefully I'll bring this letter when we have our special meeting with the county next month and ensure we have 100% compliance of
Next
all our.
Monday.
Yeah, next Monday. Just make sure we still have the county commission as a whole representing moving this project forward for State Road 24. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Green?
No, what am I attending? Oh. You're good. Well, I attended the MLK breakfast. I also, which was awesome, and also still working on the postal services for Holly Hill. I spoke with, there's a new lady there now, the other lady is gone. But she's, that one is actually the postmaster from Newberry, so we still don't have a permanent person. So she asked me, you know, to give her a little bit more time and see what she can work on. So hopefully I hear from her real soon to see what she's come up with. So we are still working on that, trying to get the postal service in Holly Hill. She did say if we are able to get those boxes without me signing, you know, they would need some space to put them, like the clusters of boxes. I think that's it for me. Yeah, except for attending the committee meetings.
All right, Commissioner White, turn your microphone on. Nothing?
Nothing, I'm good.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor?
I did go to the Martin Luther King banquet here in Archer. I went to YMCA meeting. I attended the softball, baseball. I want a t-shirt, I'm requesting. And
How much they cost?
I don't know.
I'm talking to her.
20. Okay, I'll cash up. And what else did I do? That's it, I think. I can't remember if I did anything else.
Let me
Okay.
tell you all about that little baseball thing real quick.
Cause you ain't got nothing.
Go ahead.
I'm just kidding, go
They
ahead.
lost their first ball game.
Turn your microphone on, let
I'm
everybody.
just telling y'all. Oh. They lost their first ball game in 22 ball games.
Oh.
Saturday.
Oh,
They will have
Justin,
22 games undefeated.
Jason,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
yeah, see, I'm proud of those kids. But they
I'm
deserve
proud
to
of them.
lose.
I'm proud of them.
What days do they play on?
But usually Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday, Thursday?
All right, I went to the MLK banquet. I went to so many different things, I don't even remember right now. But most importantly, I did have a meeting with Mary Alford, and that is where that letter was born, so we just kind of made it our own. So we are looking forward to getting State Road 24 widened. Hopefully it will get pushed up now, because the county has sent the letter, we have sent the letter. I feel like it's a couple other cities that are in support of it as well. I think that's it. I'm tired. It's after 10, so let's just move on. How about that? If I forgot something, forgive me. All right, so we're going to the last comment period. State your name. You have 3 minutes.
Roberto Lopez. The USDA report, I did give it to you, Commissioner. I was pretty much loaning it to you.
USDA
report, I gave it to you, and it was pretty much loaning it to you. If you look on that paper, the United States Department of Agriculture requested that the sink be fixed, the door is fixed, and they needed 3 years report from Orkin about the termites. I have a report here from March the 2nd, where Derek, somebody over there, did it. And then his report on the back shows that he replaced the trap at the front door for subterranean termites. It also says here that it was treated for termites. He did a treatment for termites subterranean. That's outside. He went inside. He said he didn't see any evidence, but he didn't treat anything. So that building hadn't been treated since February the 9th, and they gave him a 30-day notice. Oregon, I'm talking about. On here, on this report, it shows that it's a possibility that we have subterranean. Okay, it doesn't show that.
It doesn't say.
Well, I don't want to take up no more time on it if you don't agree. I just want to go to the next thing. That back door was installed on that side door on the east side. It was installed by Mr. Foster and whoever the managers were at that time. It was never put in right. That was not a part of the community center restoration plan. So that's why it doesn't work. I noticed a long time ago the tile was like water, it was getting wet and all that kind of stuff. What I'm saying is, on that report that you have that they sent, and everybody in here got it in that computer. It was from USDA. You need to go back and read that and see what that lady requested. Because Mr. Hammond just said they've done everything.
No, he did not say that, Ms. Lopez. He says he's contacting Orkin for the formal report. That's why I asked him about, is this regarding the USDA requirement to see those reports?
He said,
Mr. Hammond, am I speaking out of turn for you, or is that what you said you were going to do?
he said that he had sent the guys over there to work on the door, and they pretty much done everything on the report or something like that. That is not true. Because he still got to get the reports.
Mr. Hammond, did you say you were replacing that door and had a quota of $3,500?
Why
He did say
about
that?
this? Well, I'm through with it, because what you need to do is
What are
go
you
back
through
and
with,
use
Ms.
it.
Lopez? I'm
Well,
clarifying
you need to go
what
back
the
and-
manager has said he's doing.
No, I ain't quite through with it, because the next thing I was gonna say, y'all need to get an auditor.
Ms.
You need to get a
Lopez.
what? I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez, what did you say?
Y'all need to get an independent auditor.
What does that have to do with the door being replaced with a
Okay,
quota
I'm
of
switching
$3,000?
So, Ms. Lopez, time is up.
I'm switching from that.
Ms. Costello, come on, please.
Lori Costello, citizen. I have a couple of questions on the report, the manager's report. We don't have a southeast section in Archer. Okay, all of Archer is southwest. Y'all know that, right?
I'm sure it was a typo.
Okay. Well, he just said again southeast, so I
Because
just
he was
wanted-
reading it.
Okay. Also, the fencing needs repaired at Robertson Park, and that sidewalk, there's a tree that you have to walk off the sidewalk, if that could be trimmed back. And there was no weed whacking in South Archer at all, and over by the park. I'd like to know how many feet was in that new line that was replaced on 129th Avenue. And I know that we placed mulch down on the Archer Road sign. What other welcome to Archer sign was that mulch replaced or put down? Does anybody know? Mr. Hammond? Hello?
Maybe I put an S by mistake, Ms. Costello.
An S? What?
If it said Archer Signs, maybe I put an S by mistake.
No, I'm asking you, I'm,
24.
oh, okay, the main one. Well, you already had that in the report last month.
No,
So,
I did not. They
You,
just put the mulch down this last week.
okay, but you had it in the report last month. I will email it to y'all. In fact, y'all have it.
I believe what happened, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to take her time, but. they
I can
dumped-
pause it.
They dumped it, Tony, to be spread. At,
That it
the
was
last
taken.
meeting, you had it, they had come in and dumped it. Because I do remember it sat at the park for a week before the community service people came.
So we received it.
And
Yes.
it was about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was on last month's city manager's report, and the same thing was on this month's city manager report.
I don't think they were the same. I think that it was where they brought the stuff, they brought the mulch and dumped it at the park and at the places to be spread at, and now
Well,
that's completed.
I don't know what happened, is all I'm saying is the same thing is on both reports, like,
It was an ongoing
Exactly.
deferred maintenance process going.
okay, so it took a couple months to do that, okay. All right, what needs done to the splash pad to open
Too much.
the maintenance? What needs done at splash pad to have it open? I was underneath the,
Well, Tony just said that holding off until after the rain. And so it will be open on Friday.
Yeah, but my question is, what needs to be done to open it?
What do you mean? What all they have to do to go
Yes,
down?
what do they have to do to open it?
You treat it just like a swimming pool. You have to have chlorine and you have to have
And test the water, and that has to be.
other chemicals in it. I don't know what all the chemicals are.
Okay.
But you treat it just like a swimming pool.
Okay, so chemicals in it, okay. And fire at the park was said by somebody, I witnessed that fire at the park. I almost called the fire station because there was a fire there and there wasn't anybody in sight. But I called the city office to find out what was going on first, and they says, no, Public Works has that fire going. So, somebody really needs to be there when they do that fire. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? No? Seeing none, meeting adjourned at 10:24. Good night, ladies and gents.
Lordy.